My name's Diesel. I'll be running for Final Fantasy VII PC, no slots, no warps. I'm joined together by Soph. Say hello, Soph.
Hello.
Hello. Would you care to introduce yourself?
I'm Soph. I'll be commentating. I don't know much about FF7, but I'm going to do my best.
And also with us is RJ the Destroyer. Destroyer of worlds and speedruns.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I've run FF7 as well myself, and this should be fun run to watch and commentate, I think.
Yeah. So this is PC any percent. No slots, no warps. The no slots refers to Kate says the limit break is slots is not allowed to be used because it can be abused to one-shot any enemy in the game, basically. And the no warps is the PC version has a wrong warping abuse that you can use in the percent route, and we're not using that either. We're basically playing the game from start to finish with some skips, of course. None of the big ones. Other than that, is there anything else we want to talk about before we start the run? I'll admit I'm stalling so that we start at 10 past on the dot. No, I can't
honestly, yeah.
Yeah, other than that, I think we can just start now. We're 1 minute off. It's so
Close enough.
if someone would care to give me a countdown.
Wait.
So
Who has to do the timer?
I have no idea.
Do I have to do the timer?
Well, this will take up the extra minute.
Okay. Do you want me to count down then?
Yeah, sure.
3, 2, 1, go.
Taj at 7 hours.
Yeah, okay, I did it. The most stress I've ever had on a marathon thing.
And I just remembered my phone is not on silent. But now it is. Because I'm a professional. Right. So, I mean, there's not much to say about this part, is there? The stars. You like stars?
Epic opening of FF7, the only video game.
Classic opening. I remember getting chills at when I first played this.
And yeah, definitely one good thing about speedrunning any of the Final Fantasy franchise, you always get an awesome soundtrack to listen to.
Exactly. I mean, FF7 has a pretty good soundtrack, but it's no FF8 soundtrack.
Oh, that didn't take long at all. 1 minute in and the FF wars have started. Hey, at least I understand the plot to this game.
I don't understand the plot to any FF.
This game isn't the most straightforward story either.
No, I'd say out of the PS1 era, 9 would probably have the most simple, but probably, definitely. Alright, so to start off with, as soon as we start, straight into the menu and put everything to go fast mode. It literally says fast. And A to be interactive and put the cursor to memory so that it remembers where it leaves our cursor for battles. And pick up those 2 potions because we need to sell them later for guild. And a first turn. Good start.
That's always a nice start to the run.
Mm-hmm. No potion. Okay, so I'm about to name our first two characters. Could we please get Cloud's name for the bid war?
It looks like it's Clown one.
Clown?
Yeah.
No funny spelling?
No, just regular old Clown.
Kind of looks like he's wearing clown shoes, to be fair. And normally what we do in speedruns, that wasn't much of a cut-off, but it's alright. We usually try and cut down the characters' names to as short as possible because the text scrolls. It's not instant, so the less characters, theoretically, then the faster the text boxes are, saving just that little bit of time. Ah, okay.
I mean, if you think how many text boxes there are in a 7-hour run, it saves a lot of time.
Yeah, it really adds up.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll do our first story summary. We are Clown, a mercenary, former soldier, an elite class of soldiers. And we are here at this power station to blow it up. Okay. And then that we've not running with the shortest names, I might not get this, but you can get a fast elevator descent if you close the text boxes fast enough in this cutscene. If you are fast enough, it saves about 3 seconds, because the way the elevator is going up and down, it's programmed to actually transition to the next screen. I didn't make it on a specific frame, and if you don't make that frame, then it has to go up and down again. I'm so far ahead.
Sentry turrets or sentry whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Have those long attack animations.
Yeah, you really want to try and buffer animations of your own, if you can. Stop their animations going off because they're so long, but you have to hope for a good ATB for that to happen. This guy's not as bad. I get the fast escape anyway, but his animations are shorter. And I'm going to take 8 walking steps. 8. So, RJ, you could probably explain to the chat why walking is faster than running.
As I say, it's a speed run, why are you walking? But yeah, in this game, basically the encounters aren't so random, like the random encounters. So you can walk to sort of avoid an encounter that you would get if you just ran the whole way, essentially. So there's certain parts where you'll walk in the run to get less encounters throughout the whole run.
Yeah, taking those steps there actually just removes one encounter from the reactor completely. But for Guard Scorpion, we're mostly just going to be using Bolt and Barrett's attacks to lay the damage down. It's not a good damage roll. Oh, there is that. Well, 88's not too bad. This is probably not going to be a fast fight.
Yeah, you're usually looking at, you want 90 or so, or more with Cloud's Bolt, and about what, 35 for Barrett or something? 34,
yeah, 35 is good for Barrett, but he's been 33. attack it while its tail it's up, Mega Slayer. It's funny because that's what we do. Oh, a 34. I'm close. And a 90.
I definitely remember dying to this boss as a kid because I did like when it looks like it says attack while its tail's up.
Yeah, I did the same.
So that I've been killed by the tail laser.
We take one tail laser here though, just to charge both the characters' limit breaks. They are a pretty important source of damage at the start of the run. And we don't finish queuing up that attack with Barret until after his tail is down. That way we can fit an attack and a limit break in this fight all at once. I think I'm just gonna finish him off. Ideally he would be dead by now in a good run, but our damage rolls just haven't been enough for that. That's Guard Scorpion.
Nice.
And now we've really got to run because we've only got 10 minutes.
Oh my god, how will you make it?
Yeah, those classic Squaresoft timers.
Don't forget Jesse, because that's what I did as a kid too, and blew up the reactor with me in it.
Yeah. It is important to have pretty good movement in the reactor for the speedruns, because we can actually use step count not only to minimize the number of encounters, but the next boss fight that we're going to go into, we can actually abuse step count to put it in a certain position so that it's actually a preemptive fight instead, and we have a very specific setup for that by forcing an encounter here and then using scripted, very specific movement. And I just realized by accident that I have a clown bar written as my characters.
Uh-oh.
And Astral Slide, that is a very good question. How did the huge robot scorpion thing fit there on that little tiny platform?
These are questions that we needed answering, damn it.
And fell. Yeah. Jesse's forgetting Jesse there, yep. Got me.
And that's Mako Reactor 1.
Explosion.
And if you've never actually done it before, where you let the timer run down, that FMV still plays, but then it just goes straight to the game over screen. Pretty fun. And we're not terrorists. We're freedom fighters. Totally different.
And then all Cloud cares about here is getting his money. But Barret doesn't want to give it to him yet.
And we meet a mysterious lady.
Ooh.
Selling flowers for 1 gil. No wonder she lives in the slums.
I've heard that if you don't actually have 1 gil, she'll still give you the flower anyway.
I think I have said that. I have heard that before as well. So we pick up 1 potion there as well, because we need to pick up 3 potions before we get to Sector 7 for our first shop. have enough. And fights are slow, but on the subject of fights, throughout this route, we're not going to be actually fighting many encounters other than bosses. There are a couple where we need to learn enemy skills throughout the run, but for the most part, most of the experience that we get throughout this run is thankfully from the bosses, so we don't have to take any extra. And it's always weirded me out that everyone thinks it's normal that someone's knocking on the door on a moving train.
Now, as Fellinger alluded to earlier, there is a skip coming up.
Yes.
Jesse skip.
Jesse skip, if I can get it.
Hopefully.
I had some trouble with this one the other day.
I think on PC it saves like at best, what, 12 seconds or so?
About that, yeah. Certainly not the end of the world if you don't get it.
Yeah.
What we do is navigate to a specific, do a menu buffer, and we actually trigger talking to Jesse and have the guard run out at the same time. Then run out of the carriage, run back in, and the game actually thinks that we've progressed through Jesse's dialogue already, and that's how the cutscene skip is.
Nice.
Perfect.
Opening the menu is optional, but it is a slight time loss, but it does make it a lot easier to actually do the skip.
Yeah, I think you can use like the menu buffer thing for adjusting your movement in lots of ways, right? Because it's like half a step or something.
Yeah, so for that one specifically, yeah, you can lock your movement, but I was already in the right position for where I was. When you close the menu, the game, and when you close the menu, if you're holding down the buttons that you need to before the menu finishes closing, it will register all those inputs for the very next frame, and you need to be running in the down right direction whilst pressing circle for that skip to work, all on the same frame. So that's why your menu buffer there just a lot easier.
I see.
Because the guard running out is based on a movement, a location trigger. So you have to move into it in order to trigger, and you have to talk to Jesse in order to progress the story.
Yeah, this game has an issue with like multiple events happening at the same time kind of thing.
Yeah, a lot of the skips in this
a lot of
game
the run.
idea behind it. And we're just going to run out of this screen and run back in. And that just skips some dialogue with Barrett. He makes a somewhat inappropriate comment about the relationship between Cloud and Tifa. Oh, and speaking of which, we need Tifa's name.
Oh, it's a beefer, spelt beef and then an A.
Oh, B-E-F-A?
B-E-E-F-A, yeah. Probably should have said that in the first place.
Eva. Oh, world record pace? Nah, probably.
It's always world record pace.
Nah, Gar Scorpion was too slow.
That's just the start of a run, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You gotta just tell people it's world record pace.
Yeah. But we do have one more name incentive for the run for Sid's name, as Cloud, Tifa, and Sid are the main party that we have. Once we unlock Sid, we go through Temple without Sid, but everything after that that's the party. So we do have a big war for that one. And that one won't be for... And you guys can fight over that for about the next 3 hours.
Yeah.
Oh god. So, once we're done here, we're going to be having Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa in the party, which means we're going to have a clown bar serving beefer.
Perfect.
Back on the story, a little bit, some slight foreshadowing on Cloud's memories, but he seems to struggle remembering some important events, like the promise that he made to Tifa when they were... Damn, how old was he? 11? Something like that.
I don't remember.
Remember, I think it was... Oh, it was 14. It must have been 14 at the time, because the Nibelheim incident happened 5 years ago, but Cloud and Tifa hadn't seen each other for 7 years. So, that's been 14, because he's 21. I remember all the fine details. It's funny, because these character models make them look like 8. Tifa reminds Cloud that he made a promise to her to ever come to her if she was ever in trouble. And Barrett pays us.
Promise is a promise.
Yeah. So we get paid our 1500 gil, so now we can go do our first shop down at the weapons. Better not get this wrong. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice.
Tutorial skip.
Yep. I have accidentally hit the first option once. And to be fair, it was a dropped input.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Enter blank on the menu for...
Yeah, one of the big skips coming up.
Oh yeah, this is one of the biggest skips in the game, actually. Known as guard skip. It's found by a fella called Sunamods, who's actually not a speedrunner, he's in the modding scene. But you can actually clip through those guards if you're in a very precise position. And now we're in War Market.
Yep, and now we get that lady we met earlier that gave us, or offers to give a flower. Put into our party.
Yeah.
And you'll notice her name is Aerith.
with a TH.
When you, yeah, when you don't get to name her, it defaults to that. Yeah, when did guard skip get found? It's like 2018.
Wait, was it really?
Yeah,
that
it'd be coming
recent?
up. It'd be almost 2 years ago. Yeah,
Wow.
it's about 2 years old. It's not a
That's
very old skip.
crazy.
But that skip saves about 20 minutes. It's all of Reactor 5 and the train before it. All the cutscenes in the church, going to Sector 5, the cutscenes in Aerith's house, and the playground cutscene.
I kind of just assumed because it's such a big skip that it existed forever.
Nope.
It does skip some nice story stuff. Unfortunately, like if you're doing it for the story, you don't want to skip that stuff really, but for speedrun, definitely is nice to skip all that extra stuff.
Yeah. And so for now, at this point in the game, Tifa is in Don Cornea's mansion for some reason, and we don't know why. And Aerith devises a plan to have herself and Cloud dress up to get in to Don Cornea's mansion. Now, this is a bit of a mini game where you can actually choose to decide how much, you want to dress up. We're actually going to do all of it. We're going to get the best of every item in order to do this because it actually saves time. So yeah, dressing Cloud up in the most immaculate way saves time, which is why this speedrun is. The reason why is because if you get picked by Don, you don't have to do the fights, and it skips a couple of cutscenes.
Yeah, so you spend a bit more time doing all this, but it's only a few extra things to save more time later. Because the bare minimum stuff you have to do is get the dress and get the wig, right?
Yeah.
But then you have to do those fights like you said.
Don't make
Mask,
a first
are you
scene.
doing bar skip?
Yeah. I should find the basket, but I just want to save around about every 20 minutes or so. Safety, because saving on PC doesn't cost much time at all, so that's why.
True.
So yeah, basket. This one's actually a little weird.
This skip is really intimidating if you're like new to the run. Because it's easy to softlock.
Yep.
That's basket. Essentially, we have two conversations at the same time that we need to do.
Yeah, so you get two key items at once, basically.
Yeah, that's faster, because the girl in the toilet, if you don't do the skip, then you have to literally stand there and watch her walk out of the toilet and out of the bar before you can move.
And yeah, the reason that's possible is because you don't, like, when you talk to the woman in the washroom, she doesn't prevent you from moving after you open the door and talk to her, so you can just open it, run away, and start another conversation.
That's time for that particular exercise that we all love. Squats.
Will you get 21 squats?
Okay, thank you. Oh, damn it. So, no, I'm not going to get 21. Either 19 or 20.
He was going toe-to-toe with you for a bit there, but then...
Yeah, for about 17 seconds. And it's actually possible to tie with him. And if you tie, or lose, you don't get picked by Don.
Yeah.
Make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Nope. But yeah, you actually do need to win the squats minigame for the speedrun.
I've had my fair share of resets on squats.
I don't think I have. I got a 21 versus 20 before. Which is...
Damn. That's close.
Yeah, like, it's basically if I missed any of the squats, it was a GG reset.
Yeah, I screwed up in mine. I got like 19-19 tie a couple times, I think.
Ouch.
I feel like when I did it, he was getting like 15 max or something.
That's usually the average.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Like
yeah, somewhere in the
13 to 15 something. I don't know.
He's a giga chat in y'all's game. Just gives up on mine.
Yeah, now Cloud and Aerith are dressed up all nice to get into the mansion.
We are in the... What kind of dungeon is this? I've never seen one like it.
A Monka Tuts dungeon.
Quick, a distraction. Do we have any donations? No.
I don't know which ones have been read. I think they've all been read out, yeah.
So once we finish with this cutscene, we'll pick up the ether in the left side there. We don't need it to actually restore our MP at this point in the run, but they do sell for 750 gil each, so that's what makes them worth up.
Yep, very good price to sell for early in the game.
It's clearly just the kitchen.
Remember one time someone mentioned Don Corneo has a banana on his head, and I can't stop seeing it now.
Thanks for sharing that. Because now I can't.
Now I... Yeah.
Moment of truth where I find out if I forgot anything. Nope. All good. Alright, so pick up the hydro at the back just for a bit of extra gil. Allows us to buy one more grenade later than what we normally would be able to if we didn't pick it up. And then after this, we got apps. The giant blue sewer monster that apparently someone rides, because if you actually have a look at it, it's got a saddle.
The evil corporation.
Weapons manufacturer turned electricity company. That's a hell of a switch. Okay. So now this cutscene's done, we drop into the sewer. I'll be using some pretty specific movement, and if I've done it right, I'll be entering apps in a preemptive battle, so he'll quite comically be looking the wrong way.
It's all connected to a thing called step count.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
A huge, complicated... I'm not going to even try to explain it because I can't do it well, but it's very important to FF7.
Basically, there's a number in the game's code that tracks how many steps you've taken, and on specific numbers actually have flags for making them preemptive fights. And apps actually has preemptive damage turned on, which allows this fight to be entered in a preemptive state, which is what causes this phenomenon. And it allows us to get a good chunk of damage with the back attack Braver.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he takes like 4 times back attack damage instead of just double.
Yeah.
Like many things take double damage.
Kind of worried I wouldn't get the fast kill.
Yeah.
473 is not a huge damage roll.
Yeah, there's a few bosses in the game that can be back attacked like that, preemptively attacked. Which is like a bit of an oversight, I guess, by the dev.
Yeah, there's another one in about the 2-hour mark. And this fight happens to be a preemptive as well.
Basically, you just need perfect movement and like the exact amount of steps to end up to the point where the step count would have progressed to that point that it would be a preemptive fight, right? And
yes, yeah, that's why I do.
In order to do, you're taking the same steps every run.
Yeah.
So it's like right on that frame.
Yeah, that's why I forced the encounter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so yeah, that encounter that I forced in a specific position back in Marco Reactor 1, that was the start of the setup for preemptive apps. And I'll pick up this potion. You don't actually have to pick that one up for this route, but it's good to have for safety after the Reno fight. If he focuses on one party member, and it's not Cloud. Oh wow! Wait, I wasn't actually expecting to get that. So, some of the encounters in Final Fantasy VII can be skipped by opening the menu. Well, technically all of them can, but the random encounters can actually be skipped if you open this if you open the menu on the same frame that you're meant to get the encounter. So that point where I opened the menu there, that was actually the skip an encounter that I would have normally got if I had timed it incorrectly.
Movement in this game is really important and very hard because it's also D-pad, so it's like quite easy to kind of angle things slightly off, and in which case you would have took extra steps, so you'd be slightly behind on step count.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
to know exactly where to do that skip is quite, like, you need to have consistent movement for sure.
Yeah, you do need to get a good feel for it. The PC version is a bit easier to keep step count on because of the way that the numbers work in the game's code. Basically, there's one number that increases for every frame that you, for every frame of movement that you make, and it cycles between 1 and 8. Now, on the PlayStation version, that just cycles from 1 to 8 repeatedly, but on the PC version, every time you go through a screen transition, it actually resets to 0, which makes the PC version of quite a bit easier to keep step count compared to the PlayStation.
Oh, I didn't know that actually.
Yeah,
That's
so
interesting.
On average per screen you'll save about 4 frames of movement on the PC version.
That's pretty cool.
Reno's not a particularly difficult boss, but he can troll you. I'd be lying to say that I hadn't died to him. So, do one quick safety save before the fight.
I feel like this pillar staircase is one of the spots a lot of newer runners will waste steps on because they'll take the corners around the railings really wide.
Yeah, you really
Yeah,
gotta make sure
it's
you keep them inside track.
Even that, like, the one at the bottom, the staircase into the bottom, that's a huge troll as well.
Oh, to start the climb?
Yeah.
Yeah, the trick to that one is, like, I did a safety save, so my movement isn't going to be the same there, but if you run up until you hit the left side of the door frame and then transition to upright, you should get on the stairs first time through.
That's what I do now as well. I just use R1 up and R1.
First turn, second turn.
Ooh, nice.
Ah, damn. Rather it not be on cloud.
Yeah, because in this run you want to get a certain number of bravers to unlock Cloud's second limit break cross slash. And also after this fight you'll get...
God. Oh, I hate that.
The crit.
Apologies for anyone else that was watching that, 'cause, oh, that's horrible.
The flash, yeah.
Yeah. Jack Marks actually brought up in the chat, is it worth mentioning what happens if you skip an encounter then enter a scripted battle? You can cover that, RJ, while I do this movement.
Yeah, so if you do skip a random encounter and then you have a scripted fight as the next fight after that, you will have to do that scripted fight right after you win it. Like, so it'll be a double fight against the same enemy. And I actually had that happen in one of my speedruns against one of the bosses later on. Because I was off step count, I was running when I opened the menu and skipped the battle without knowing it right before the boss fight. So I've killed the boss, then had to fight it right after and game overed.
Oh, wow. I had no idea about that. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to skip every encounter possible.
Yeah. It's known as a duplicating boss glitch.
The most useless dupe ever.
Yeah. I did wonder if there'd be like a weird case where it would be useful, but no, not really. The only boss that you can actually one-shot in this game is Gene Attack, and he's not worth it, quite frankly. Alright, got a quick cutscene, so I'm going to take a drink.
Yeah, this is one of the bathroom breaks if you need in the run, one of the early ones.
It'd have to be pretty quick for this one.
This one's pretty long, I think. So you have to wait till they walk up after.
Yeah.
Before you have to do any mashing.
I usually
like,
just...
This one's longer than the bike scene. I used to do the bike scene, but it's too hard to get back in time for me.
Yeah, bikes is not very long at all. That one's only like a minute.
Honestly, all the cutscenes in 7 are quite short, especially compared to 10.
Yeah,
I mean,
compared
10
to
has
10.
like multiple.
Yeah, like the Sidiki Daner section of FF10 where Tidus and Yuna are in the water just after Bevel. That goes for like 10 minutes, doesn't it?
Yeah, 10 minutes, 10. But when I was running this, I honestly found it hard to like know when to take a break, because there's a lot of like 1 minute cutscenes, but not really any break ones.
There's only about four breaks that I would consider to be actual bathroom breaks. Be what? Gold Saucer, Cosmo Canyon, the First Visit, someone's death. I won't say who, no spoilers. And Cloud taking his helmet off in the Cloud memory sequence. Not in FF7, Emperor. I did have a look through. Not that would warrant it. This is mostly there's only a couple of pieces of equipment that you really need to make this run work. So as long as you get them. And they only need to be on one person. It's Tifa.
Yeah, and the problem with the duplicating boss glitch is your party stays hurt like they were when you won the first fight. So if they're almost dead after the fight, then you're pretty much gonna die on the next. Like,
I think just doing a lot of these bosses are really hard. So just doing them once is like enough anyway.
Yeah.
Honestly. It's not like FF8 where you just limit break everything.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I want to go back to FF8 or not, I don't know. It's such a, like, after disc 1, really slows down, that game.
I mean, if I didn't have such nostalgia goggles for it, yeah, it's... I don't know.
Probably do a couple runs of it and then just move on. Disc 3 is very slow.
Definitely.
So this is one of the big advantages of step count is not only can you determine where you get encounters, but it also manipulates what encounters you get at the same time. So we can maximize the number of preemptives and side attacks. And the most important thing is that we don't get pincered, which is the biggest form of time loss associated with random encounters.
Yeah, and some of the like pincer encounters are gonna get you killed, honestly.
Yeah.
If it's in a really bad place, they're terrible.
Some areas.
Northern Crater is notorious.
And heading to the underwater reactor area too, if you're off steps.
Oh yeah,
there's a couple that are pretty deadly there. Or could be
there's like 2 Corvettes, which is the saw blade guys, the flying saw blade things. You can get pincered by them in the water tunnel on the way in, and yeah, that's.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that step count is mandatory to do a run, but like it definitely helps with the safety.
Yeah,
even just being close to step count, I find is more helpful than being completely miles away from it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do a run without step count, that's fine, but you're gonna have to save.
Definitely.
Along the way.
Yeah, my first run I ever did was no step count at all on Xbox of this. The Xbox One version of this game.
Non-Sony heathen.
I only did this on emulator because it took me so long to like learn that I needed the save states continuously.
Yeah.
And I never really got past that emulator phase for it. But I will one day. Just not now. It's quite there's a lot to learn with FF7 compared to some others. Cough cough, 8 and 10.
Yeah. 9's another run where you have to know a lot. I would say you need to know more in 9 and in 7. just because that game is so damn random.
Yeah.
There is a ridiculous amount of RNG in that game.
Different things based on what happens in your run, kind of thing, like backups and everything.
Yeah, so like in FF7 we can control what encounters we get, and where we get them on field map screens. In 9, nope.
Yeah. So 8 is the last FF to have step count. I mean, 9 technically does, but you can't do it as a human. It works completely different to how it does in anything from below 8. So when you get rid of step count, you do introduce a lot of every encounter, especially on like PlayStation hardware. It adds up to a lot, and some of the encounters on FF9 are very slow to run away from. So yeah,
the worst thing about it is that there's a lot of screens in FF9 where it's a coin flip as to whether you get one encounter or two. It's not like, there's a 20% chance that you get an encounter, or there's a 90% chance that you get an encounter on one screen. So you either usually don't get an encounter or you usually get an encounter. It's lots of coin flips. So that's why it goes up and down so much.
Yeah. It is nice having the step count though, because even though it's a lot to learn,
it gives you a lot of safety.
It takes out that frustration, and it's quite consistent.
Yeah. So yeah, when you're on step count, everything, you know everything that's coming up encounter-wise and everything.
Yeah.
Alright. So we picked up an ether and the cover materia in the garden. Ether we're just selling, cover we'll need for much later on in the run. And we're going to do a second shop for Midgar, get us through the rest of it. Sell everything that we don't need. Yep. And we need to have 1,300 gil remaining after that shop. So we buy grenades up that amount. No, Pastor, I won't be doing Cosmic King.
Gil is quite tight in this run, I think.
Yeah, especially to start with.
Like early. So you have to be careful not to go below certain amounts.
Might actually heal Barrett on.
You don't need Barrett for much longer, do you?
Oh, true. Yeah. Because I don't take Barrett into sample.
In sample, no.
I'll hold on to it.
Or Bifa.
We buy cover material for 1,000 gil. Because we need 2 for the run.
Some people do only get 1, but it makes the end game area a bit more risky.
And then the batteries for 300 gil, even though the guy says 100, he's a liar.
It says 100 for each,
yeah.
But he doesn't tell you how many you need.
Yeah, that's right.
So you have no idea that you're buying 3 of them.
I got baited one run because I was like, oh, you only need 100. And then I got up to the top and I was like, oh, I didn't buy them.
It's funny too, because when I first played this game, I'm pretty sure I went up here without buying batteries because there's no indication.
I've done it.
Yeah.
That you need anything. So you go up.
It's like a walk of shame when you have to go all the way back down as well.
Because if you don't realize, the only time you find out that you don't have batteries is right. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's say something, then turn, and then nothing will happen after. If you have no batteries, then you realize you messed up.
Yeah. Yes, the misspelled avalanche. The graffiti on the wall.
Yeah, the wall you're climbing up the avalanche or whatever it says.
Little timing
I've
mini
never.
game. Go ahead, Soph.
No, I just said I'd never noticed that it was like misspelled.
I never noticed either until it was pointed out to me when I was doing a run.
Does it show the whole word even, or is it just part of it? I know like
no, it only goes up to like
ABER.
It only goes up to like an L or something like that on the screen.
Right. Yeah.
You don't see the full word. It's out of shot.
So you're taking elevators, right?
Nah.
Damn.
Gotta get the elixir, man.
I know. Elevators are so exciting though.
Oh.
Too bad.
Hey, you can count to 59 if you want. Because there literally is 59 flights of stairs. I've counted.
Did you actually count them all individually?
Yes.
Yeah, I know there's it's like 9 screens or something, but 2 of them are like half a screen or so.
Yeah. It's a quick menu before we do that though. It's going to set the ATV to wait mode. This is to abuse the ATV mechanic to minimize the number of turns that the enemy will get in the next fight. And putting Barrett and Tifa in the back row because they take less damage from physical attacks by half. But we leave Cloud in the front because we need to farm Bravers on him.
Still can't believe Dave did 24 hours of running these stairs a couple times.
I do it for like 4 minutes and I'm bored.
Yeah. Didn't he do like reactor?
Yeah, he
One
grinded
or
to
level
whatever it is.
99.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, he
Yeah,
grinded to
that's
level
also
99 in
good.
Reactor 1.
Got some endurance, that's for sure.
yeah.
How long did it take him? Like a month?
Yeah, it was like a month old, like
Oh my
all
god.
of December or something last year, I think, of streaming. I don't know how many times. Maybe every day, I don't know.
That's a lot of reactor.
Yeah.
I think it's this screen. Yep. So we pick up. One reason we take the stairs is we actually pick up an elixir on the way up, which we'll need to use later. Another reason is we kind of don't have enough grenades to go through the elevator fights. You can make it work, but it's not a great idea for a map.
Yeah, and also the step count is an issue as well, because the area you run through when you go take the elevators is hostile, so your step count increases kind of thing.
Yeah, on the ground floor it does.
Yeah.
So
First
yeah,
floor,
it
sure.
needs a different step count.
So would it be faster to take the elevator if he was doing like segmented, but overall it loses?
Yeah, so the amount of fights that you do in the elevator is actually random. I think, wait, is it 1 or 0 that is the theoretical best?
1.
1. Yeah, so...
And I've had 6 as the worst.
Yeah. So yeah, the floor that you go to is determined by by an RNG mechanic, and what floor you end up determines whether or not you get an encounter and what type of encounter you get. But there are floors on the way up that don't have any encounters on them, it's not possible to actually go up dodging all of them. But yeah, the best you can get is one encounter on the way up, but I don't think there's any manipulation being found for that one.
I think there is one, but brutal speed, brutal AI.
Did he find one?
Had one. I remember Zeal, I think, was talking about it, but you have to know what RNG you're on, and that's pretty tough to do. I think the last point where you can determine that or something is with the squats, the number of squats the guy gets that you go against, but
okay.
There are
and where it fails.
Yeah, so there are a bunch of other things that can increase the RNG seed you're on.
Not a bad idea.
Between that point and elevator, so it's too hard to.
That's kind of interesting though, because that's a tech that is used a lot in FF8, and I had no idea that it was. I mean, obviously it would be in FF7, but is it used in any part of the run? The RNG seed run?
Yes,
is
all the way at the end.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just going to do a big shot here to save a little bit of time. To save a grenade.
And like King Snacka said, you could reset your game, save outside Shinra HQ.
Yeah, that
reset your game, and that
RNG
puts your RNG back to 0 or whatever.
It's interesting how.
Sorry.
How much. I just think it's interesting how much FF8 and 7 have in terms of speed tech similarities compared to the other FFs.
Yeah, true.
I will ask for a little bit of quiet for this floor.
Yes.
I'm just going to do the safe strat for this one. I'm trying to do the most optimal. Made it. Hooray!
Congrats.
The god thing is horrible.
Yeah, definitely.
The music doesn't make it any better. I might have a little bit of a fun with a meme here. Just double check to make sure it's right. Alright, chat. Yep. Chat, what is the mayor? Mayor is the best.
Indeed. So there's a couple of ways you can know what the password is without having to actually do the whole minigame you're supposed to do.
Yeah, the first way that I actually set the password to best was I used the in-game time. That's what decides what the password is as you enter the screen for the first time. The second thing you can do is you can look at a specific book on a bookshelf, and that will also tell you what it is.
Yeah, based on what the book title is, you'll know what the password is from that one bookshelf.
I actually opened that on the same frame I got the battle. Okay, if we got any donos or announcements to make, this is a great time to do it because I'm literally just running in circles for 4 minutes.
We had a $5.73 donation from Jack Marks. I'm a bit too late, but here is your distraction. Also, it's clearly a dungeon for chill conversation. That was for earlier, I think.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Jack.
Wasn't paying full attention to the order you were doing those boxes in, but it seemed like similar to what I do, I think. Because there's a way you can unlock all the boxes in like any order if you put the first piece into a specific spot in this room.
Yeah, I didn't actually know about that until after I started running, and then I just stuck with the same method because I know where the that way I know where the step count encounters are supposed to be.
Right, yeah, that's exactly, like, I do it the same way all the time anyway now too, because so I know where I am on step count as well. Because if I change it, then I won't know where I should get the encounter.
Which I'm hilariously. Because PC.
Yeah. And Manisa asking, do you run CC skip with PC any percent?
No. Not for the marathon, at least. We do have a way to do CC skip on the PC version that doesn't need the world map manipulation. But the problem with CC skip is that it's really not marathon viable yet, simply because the fights in Temple of the Ancients have gotten much more difficult.
Yeah, it affects a lot of the route, and just, yeah, it's...
Yeah, the biggest, once CC skip was actually found, the biggest challenge to routing that was getting around the fact that you don't have death sentence for Tifa until after Temple of the Ancients.
I think Temple of the Ancients is already hard enough with Cosmo Canyon, and with the Death Strike and everything. So yeah, without it, it's extra scary. Would not recommend for a marathon.
At least the one positive, I guess, is before Demon's Gate there is that save point that's right there, but you still don't want to have to be reloading if you can avoid it.
Flush the toilet before you leave, so no one thinks you're a weirdo. No skips thing? I don't know anyone that has ever done a no skip run.
Mine is God skip. None of them really save that much time anyway.
Yeah, the one that would have the least amount of skips would be the 100% route. That some people run. Oh, that's right. Carnage does a NMG run. I'm not sure where he cuts out of it though.
I think he doesn't do guard skip or the raid on Midgar, return to Midgar. Doesn't skip that.
Yeah.
So those are the two biggest ones in the run, like this run.
And we meet a strange-looking dude who probably is letting people think that he understands biology better than what he actually does. Basically,
but
this
he's
is
a 5-bit scientist.
Yeah, this is Professor Hojo, who's head of research for Shinra. He's actually responsible for a lot of things in the story, which we'll get into. But in the meantime, he is trying to make Aerith with this cat-dog thing. And that thing has no head. Right. So we saw the weird headless thing in the cage.
Bear thinks it's all creepy and wants to get out of there quick.
Yeah, this whole thing is stupid.
I blame him.
Yeah.
Waiting for the second remake of FF7, get to see what proper Genova will look like. Yeah, Ojo's trying to match Red with, trying to mate Red with Aerith. I don't know how he thought this was going to work. And I don't want to know.
Tends to know more about Oji than he does.
Yeah. Okay, but this is Red 13. Because that's what the tattoo on his arm says. Arm, leg. And we'll be taking him into the next fight. And we'll be taking Tifa in... It's not a very good FPV.
Red comes with some material already equipped on him.
Fire all and sense. Nice. Yes, I get. Wow. One. So the reason I actually want Cloud to go in a particular order here. That's why I didn't queue him up straight away. 4, 5, 6. And we can finish the fight off with a Braver here because it takes precedence over any of the enemy turns that might be queued up. Not sample. And that was a horrible fight.
Yeah, they had a lot of attacks in there.
A lot of spells too. Or just basic attack. Had to be the slowest form.
And yeah, for that boss fight, you just need to kill the main big boss there, not those little guys. I think he respawns the little guys if you do finish them off.
He does, yeah. And we pick up the enemy skill. That's a very important materia to have. Run and...
So far ahead on the steps there.
Yeah, PC step count.
If it's fine, I just have to step away for a few minutes.
Yeah, sure.
So I'll be right back.
Oh, thanks, Shagger. Appreciate you saying that. Yeah, the loading times are pretty much instant on the PC version. Not exactly a intensive game. So unfortunately we've been caught by the Turks. I don't know why they waited until we killed Hojo's experiment for them to capture us, but thinking about it, that probably makes sense. And we get our little monologue off President Shinra. And he starts revealing Shinra's plan to find the Promised Land. And that they're going to use Aerith in order to find it. I guess now would be a good time to say that we're raising money for the Royal Flying Doctor Service for this marathon. They do excellent work, especially up in the Northern Territory where I live. They've got a pretty solid base both in Darwin and Alice Springs, where they do a lot of work providing healthcare, emergency and non-emergency, to the territory, and of course other rural and remote places across Australia. They do some excellent work, so please consider donating in order to contribute. It would mean a lot, and the money donated goes a long way. Yeah, for PC, sub 650 possible. That CC skip. Yeah, my world record run had a really atrocious diamond weapon. It's like 2 minutes there alone. Yeah, it's a 7-hour run. You're going to get bad RNG at some point. I'm capping the frame rate, Jack. We're running at 30 flat. I'm just not putting the display on.
Doesn't it run faster if it's capped or something like that?
No, it runs consistently.
Oh, right.
If it's uncapped, it runs faster, but it's not consistent across different computers, so people can be put at an unfair advantage. They have a PC that just happens to run this game faster.
Damn. Paid to win, except not really.
Except not really, because it's like complete. We don't know what causes the inconsistent frame rate. It's not the power of the hardware.
That's weird.
Like, some people have reported like 34 FPS on toasters, so we don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah.
Alright, well, President Shinra made a crucial mistake. He monologued as the villain, and now he's dead. That's what you get. And now this company, which is strangely structured like a monarchy, because the vice president, who is the president's son, is now taking control of the company immediately. Without any
I don't think that's how businesses usually work.
No. Usually there's a board of directors to decide to come in on that sort of thing. It's quite clear that they structured, Squaresoft, when they wrote the game, they structured Shinra to be, to function like a monarchy, not an actual company.
It's almost as if they're the bad guys or something.
Yeah. They do one good thing in this game. I probably need to use one limit in the 100 gunner fight. And we remove the materia off Cloud, because it's better for him to have no materia during that fight. So, you just don't want the red dog thing to get a turn in that, because he actually does a decent amount. And now going into the 100 gunner fight, and heli gunner. Not exactly a complicated strat going on here, but I do need to check how many grenades I have. 34.
This is the hardest boss in the game.
Yeah, you have to hold circle for like 2.5 minutes.
Literally.
I would rather you hit Aerith, dude. I'm just going to shift the order of the turns here. So the Aerith goes first. Heligunner always gets a turn when he comes down. But I'm going to use the limit abuse to get 3 attacks in here, and that'll put him into his second phase a little bit faster. Hopefully. Please hit Aerith. Thank you. I don't like the sleep, but I wanted to charge her limit break a little bit. Well, he's dead on the second grenade. One more. Yeah, we really just throw grenades. They are ridiculously overpowered, considering. This one I'm going to be careful. I might actually use the potion in this fight. A little unconventional, but... Oh. Might not actually lose. And we do a basic. Oh, God. Yeah.
The mist though.
Yeah. It's not a big deal because I wanted to finish this fight with a Braver. But that's just for the damage rolls. But his barrier wore out anyway, so it doesn't matter. Alright, quick menu before we go into the motorball fights. Yes, that's true. So when you throw grenades against Dark Nation, his dog pet thing, it can roll for 139 damage and it has 140 HP.
That's a pretty big troll.
Yeah, it's quite aggravating when that happens. 139's only happen on PB attempts, yeah, pretty much.
The classic.
Those amazing 1997 FMV graphics. I'd say this.
It just makes me laugh because they look so funny in the FF7 FMVs.
Yeah, I mean the difference between 7 and 8 was massive when you look at them now.
I mean, but when this came out, it was like...
It was mind-blowing. Yeah, it was...
Just, it's not aged that well.
Yeah. 8 and 9 have aged pretty well, to be fair. Except 8's world map, I think it looks hideous, but that might just be me.
I think 9 is like... gotta be the most impressive looking game on PS1. It's crazy.
So I'm just going to throw everyone into the front row as a safety strat for this fight, because when you go into the motorball fight, it's actually a back attack and all the rows are reversed. So putting everyone into the front row here actually puts them into the back row for the fight. His motorball is pretty safe, but he can occasionally troll you.
So here is the... on this bike thing, the strat is to just get rid of the orange ones, and I think there's blue ones or something random on PC, but
yeah.
And just leave the red ones because they kind of like stay back.
So the way they're coded is if Cloud is swinging his sword, they're programmed to retreat, to move away from the bike whenever he swings his sword. So if you just keep swinging, they just stay stuck in this position.
And the more damage the car takes in this minigame, the less health potentially Tifa and Barrett will have in the motorball fight. So you do need to be careful with it, because...
Nah, I'm just taking it. Right. HP manipulations aren't too important with the marathon strats. It's more important if you want to use a Braver in the fight. But I'm not going to be going that advanced for a marathon run. I'm just going to be using grenades for the fight instead.
Yeah, there's some like advanced strats on this run.
Yeah.
I mean, they like the basic ones.
Yeah, so I'll just be doing 5 bolts and grenades with the other 2. But you can use a Braver in this fight.
And I saw that Rufus trolled a little bit with the miss on the physical attack earlier.
Other than that, it was fine. I decided to just take that fight slow anyway because Cloud started with an empty limit break bar. And I'm being a bit of a wuss when it comes to this fight. I threw everyone into the front row. Or back row, whatever.
Yeah, because since this is a back attack, it switches whatever row your party's in before the fight.
Makes a huge difference on the damage though, like, I'm sure it hits like 120 or something if you're on the front row.
It's like double what it, like...
It's around that.
What was it?
In the front row for an arm
30,
attack.
so it'd be like mid-70s to 80 or so. Per arm attack.
I might not actually be on a full limit at the end of this fight. But it's fine because I can charge. It'll get charged on bottom as well anyway.
This'll get him pretty close.
Yeah. Or probably at random on the way.
There's still the roll attack, I guess, but ability there in this fight.
I never understood how this fight worked, but there's like it's very to do with like how many grenades you do or something. Like you have to be precise on how many turns you use.
If his HP is within a certain range when he does his stand-up animation, he will do nothing.
Oh. Okay, so you just have to like not over damage it and then get it.
Yeah. So ideally Cloud will be doing like 210 to 220 volts. Because you can't over damage if Cloud's doing like 230. That starts causing problems, but yeah, that's like the easiest and simplest way to do it.
Nice. That fight definitely gave me a lot of problems when I was learning the run. And I don't really remember how I managed to get through it. Just sort of elude it. Which is not a good strategy.
Yeah, I just had a run the other day where Cloud and Barrett both got knocked out in that fight. Tifa with like 37 HP had to finish it off.
First time. So this is Barrett skip. Works in a similar way in what Jesse skipped, but so we just hit the trigger to where the game asks you if you want to leave or not, and talk to Barrett on the same frame. And you can actually leave without going through that cutscene where you have to set your party. Really? Well, I got Cloud's limit now.
Perfect.
But we got some recent trivia, RJ, about Barrett skip if you want to go into that, because I don't have anything to talk about for the next 20 minutes, so...
So like the new stuff about the solo Cloud empty party thing? Yeah, so there's recently, well I guess, I don't know if it was probably known about earlier, but there was a way to get a solo Cloud leaving Midgar there, because when you do that Barrett skip like Diesel just did, you keep your party that you had when you run out early like that, like the party that you had for Motorball. But in the game's code, there's a part where it sets your party to an empty party, and then a line later in the code it sets it to solo Cloud, and then after that it brings up like the party select menu where you add your two other party members.
Before we get into it further though, we have to take our bets. How many life 2s are we getting
Yes.
on the dragon?
Oh my god. That is the biggest...
This is so bad. It's hideous. Like, so the dragon either will attack Cloud or Sephiroth. It's random. It's just a 50-50 split. If Cloud is dead, which he will be if the dragon attacks him, there's a 50% chance that Sephiroth will cast Life 2 on him. And getting a Life 2 cast is actually more time lost than taking a random encounter on the world map. That's how bad it is. And he gets first turn.
Bad ATB.
At least he went for Sephiroth. Ah,
I think, oh, nice. Lucky.
2-turn dragon, but no life twos.
Nice.
I think I recently looked at the script or the AI of Sephiroth or whatever. According to the wiki, I think it's like a 33% chance that he resurrects Cloud.
Oh, okay. Thought it would have been
If
higher.
Cloud is dead when he has his turn. But I know things in the wiki aren't always accurate either, so who knows for sure.
The perfect way that fight goes for a speedrun would be Sephiroth to get first turn, and then the dragon use Fire Breath, and Sephiroth to kill it. But now we're going through the story of how Cloud met Sephiroth, I suppose you could say, and what happened in Nibelheim 5 years ago.
What did happen in Nibelheim?
Well, it started off when Cloud was in Soldier First Class, I think. Him and Sephiroth were tasked to go to Nibelheim, sort out a monster problem that they had at the Mako reactor. That's how it starts. And that they employed Tifa as a guide for the area, which kind of already creates a big question mark, because why would they need a guide if Cloud was one of the soldiers? But I'm sure that's just them being extra careful because she's lived there longer. Maybe Cloud just doesn't remember much. So that's what brought
Mysterious.
Cloud and Sephiroth as first class soldiers to Nibelheim.
So since this is the PC version, there's one skip we can't do in this, called photo skip or picture skip.
Yeah, there is a skip where you can skip that cutscene. But the problem is on PC version it actually causes a soft lock in a cutscene that's further up, because when you do that skip, Sephiroth isn't in the party. I don't know why. It causes the soft lock on one version but not the other. But yeah, a result of that skip is Sephiroth isn't put into the party. So when you go through the calm section, you can actually get an encounter and game over and create a time paradox. Which is a good laugh, especially in the older PC and percent routes that did it deliberately.
It's like Cloud telling a story about how he had this and then somehow he gets game over in the flashback in his story.
Why aren't we showcasing the soft lock? Because I would have to Alt F4 and I would lose my formation number, Jared. You know this.
But yeah, it's funny, doing that skip, it'll soft locks in two different spots, potentially, like on console PSX version. If you mash it through a text box early, it'll soft lock.
Very good movement.
But other than that, you're fine.
We don't need to track formations. No, what I'm getting into there is that there's a number in the game that actually determines what formations you get. That's part of the step count. That's why we always get the same encounters. But if I was to save the game in Alt F4, that number would be reset to 0. So certain encounters that I need to get to learn enemy skills, I might not get them. So preferably I can get all my enemy skills that I need without having to Alt F4 the game. PC version doesn't skip scripts. Oh, that makes sense. Well, that's a lie. It doesn't make sense. Nothing about the PC version's code makes sense, but hey.
isn't the PC version like, wasn't it released in 2000 or something?
No, 1998. 1 year after the original.
That's probably why it's so, I don't know, scuffed.
Yeah, probably.
Who knows what they were doing for PC games back then that were originally on PlayStation.
Yeah, it's actually like it's a meme that the PC version doesn't clear a lot of the memory properly, but that's actually that is actually also true on the PlayStation version as well. It's just a lot of that memory ends up being cleared anyway because the PlayStation doesn't have enough memory to keep everything, which is why the wrong warps aren't possible, apparently, according to NewSpeaker.
Ah, that's interesting.
So I just run out and back into the reactor. This is really just a PC only strat because of the loading times, but that allows me to just run straight for the next screen, whereas if I didn't, Sephiroth would just be slowly walking up the pipe and I can't get around him. Alright, so Sephiroth and Cloud have made it to the Mako reactor, which is really out of the way. And they start discovering some of the experiments that Professor Hojo has been running. Sponsored by Colgate. And Hojo has been taking human subjects and infusing them with Mako, I believe. And Sephiroth comes to the realization that this is how he was created as well. There was some very bad dialogue in the translation.
Yeah, it's funny the PC dialogue, like they retranslated some things, right? I believe.
Yeah, they changed things up, and the things that they changed quite often don't make sense. So we got a bit of a downtime if we have any donations or announcements to make.
No new donations, but I can talk about what this is about.
Yeah, please do.
Hang on. We are us speedruns, and we do speedrun events to raise money for charity. For Fast 2020, we're raising money for Royal Flying Doctor Service, a charity that provides primary and emergency health services to people in remote and rural areas across Australia. If you'd like to support this, you can donate, and donate towards incentives towards various games too. Yeah. Not very good at this, but yeah.
Thank you. So I think
it's a great cause.
I think it's been a week in the story that Cloud and Sephiroth have been in Nibelheim, and Sephiroth has secluded himself, that's what I'm looking for, in the library reading up on the Genova project to discover the truth about who he is. He's a real bookworm.
there's the where he finds out that step count is possible thing that you can manipulate encounters you get on the world, or not the world map, but field screens.
Reading up on the world map RNG. So, on that subject, when we talk about step count, it's only to do with the field screens, which field screens are basically any screen where you're not on the world map or in a battle, obviously. The world map doesn't contribute to the step count at all. That has its own mechanics as to whether or not you get a fight and how it's decided. And a lot of work has been put in over the last couple of years into manipulating the world map encounters. That's actually how the Cosmo Canyon skip was eventually managed to be routable, because it's been known about for quite a while, but it just was never viable until the work got put into the world map manipulations. The way that the world map actually finds encounters is through an RNG seed, which is determined by the XY coordinates that you spawn on the world map, the in-game time on when the map is loaded, and the camera. The camera position, which is why when you see runs, the camera will usually be placed in an overhead position to make things a lot easier to manipulate. So Eminisa asks, one thing I was never clear on, is it only hostile field maps that affect step count? I know your threat level doesn't increase whatsoever. So no, non-hostile screens basically have no effect on step count.
Especially on the PC version, because since you're one value fractions of movement reset to 0 every screen transition, then you're always at 0 every hostile screen just started anyway.
Yeah, so technically on PlayStation version, my definition isn't completely true, but it's essentially true. The PlayStation version has those fractions where it carries over instead of being reset.
Yeah, and most people refer to that as fraction luck in that version. Basically, if you got lucky with fractions being lower on the start of a hostile screen, then you get a little bit extra movement before increasing your step count.
So, Sephiroth has discovered that he is actually a child of Genova, and he decided to burn the entire town down, which is a bit of an overreaction, but... and also pretty much murdered everyone, including Cloud's mother, which is not really covered in the original of the version, but he explicitly murders Tifa's father. Well,
yeah, that was the guy lying down there.
and Tifa makes the classic mistake of shouting at her enemy before trying to attack him. We're really getting all the tropes now. Alright, so a little bit of a health warning coming up for this screen. There is a pretty severe epilepsy warning, so if you're sensitive to flashing lights, I'll give you a warning about 5 seconds before it starts if you want to look away, and I'll let you know when you can look again. Because it's pretty bad. My chair is leaking air at the moment. So if you watch the camera, there we go.
It's actually I just recently got a new monitor and it's pretty bright, so the white flashing, it actually kind of hurts my eyes if I look at that now.
Yeah. I have a TN monitor, so like the contrast is crazy when it's flashing.
Mummy! I can't wait to see this scene, to be honest.
Probably does Eminisa.
So if you wanted to look away, you should look away now. And you can look again. And that's the end of the story. Cloud and Sephiroth stare each other down with their swords drawn. The end. Alright, and that's finished, finally. I wonder if I've actually got enough, if I'm a good enough time to do a manipulation.
Yeah, you do have some setup for this.
Yeah, up to 150, 148. No slots route.
Yeah, cool.
No good times, but not. So I don't have any really good times to work with, but I've got times that shouldn't produce a pincer.
Well, that's good. Nobody likes pincers.
That's a really good position, actually. That awkward moment when you get a thief encounter.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Zolom skip. Not to mention, we're not going to the Chocobo Ranch to catch a Chocobo. We're just going to trick Zolom's AI and run past him. Like so. And then there's a cutscene here. I don't want to watch it.
So yeah, like cutscene. You normally see a cutscene if you ran right before the mines there. But if you open the menu on that same frame that you'd see the cutscene, you can skip it just like the same way you skip a random encounter kind of thing.
Pretty much. And now we run into the Turks again. And yes, we also pick up the long range materia, which is a special materia. It allows you to do physical attack as if you were in the front row, even if you were in the back row, basically. So when you're in the back row, the positive to that is you take 50% less physical damage. The downside to it is that you also do 50% less physical damage when you use attacks. However, the long range materia gets rid of that debuff. We'll be using that materia quite a lot. I'm just going to waste some steps here. And force an encounter before I... Whoops. I will want to do... So I'm just going to force an encounter before I leave because there's a step count manipulation that we do with Genova Light as well. And you can actually force that encounter on the first screen of Cargo Ship, but if I happen to get unlucky and take a death to Bottom's Well, I can still do that setup. Ooh. A nasty encounter. And... and we've made it to Janan.
I feel like 2 encounters on that world map's a bit unlucky. Usually
Yeah,
you get, like,
it's 2's average.
I guess so.
Yeah, that's right. Just double check. Making sure everything's in the right spot. It felt weird. So just do a quick shop to stock up on more grenades. Yeah, there's no Azaraki, there's no leaderboard that has no skips. Eminese's comment about no CC skip is a particular skip that I'm not doing because it's not marathon safe. A skip that allows you to skip past the Cosmic Canyon section of the game. Going into Bottom's Well. I'm going to try and get poison procced onto Bottom's Well.
About a 48% chance.
48%. Some people don't believe that number. Second poison. Nice. Not too bad. So just going to wait for 2 attacks. That's one too many grenades, whoops. I'm gonna be alright though. I don't think over-damaging is a problem.
But I just get
Just
it earlier,
inefficient.
bubble or something. Maybe.
I'm not doing Tifa's limit mine as well. So I prefer if Tifa doesn't die here. Obviously I want her to be getting the experience. It's gonna be close. She's gonna die. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I messed the manipulation up a little bit. Yeah, Materia Keeper's a bit of an interesting fight. A lot of careful planning goes into that. And unfortunately Tifa takes a death there, so she'll be a bit short on XP, but I don't think it's going to be too bad.
Bottom's Well was one of the fights for me that took a bit to learn how to do properly when I first started running this.
Please tell me we have a donation.
DPR mini game.
Yeah. 7. And there's not much complicated about the CPR minigame. It's count to 41. That's about it. At least it wasn't Cloud that died in that fight. Alright. Not a very realistic depiction of CPR, but it worked.
Yeah, just take a bunch of long breaths and then...
Yeah. Do one breath every 30 seconds, that'll do it. Alright. So we'll stay the night here at the old lady's hut. And Cloud's going to have someone talking to him, which is himself. I used to think that this was Zack that was talking to Cloud, but nope, apparently it's Cloud's inner consciousness, pointing out that he didn't actually talk to Tifa much during the Nibelheim incident. He's not sure why. Take a wide line there because it's actually possible to softlock on these sets of stairs if you hug the top of the stairs. Cloud just gets stuck and he can't walk down.
Yeah, I've heard that can happen, but I haven't seen it yet, luckily.
Speaking of not marathon safe, have you ever heard of carry armor? Yes, unfortunately. Right, so I'm going to jump in the water and use a dolphin to jump up on an electricity pole in order to access the city above. I'm pretty sure everyone else just used the elevator, but... this is way more fun.
Look at this airship.
Yes, it's a nice airship. Hopefully one day we get to fly it. With Aerith. So, with Cloud wearing a Shinra uniform, everyone just thinks that he's in the military.
Yeah, no questions asked about who he is, just tells him to get into a different uniform.
Yeah. And now we're a grunt in the army. and we get taken through a tutorial about how to go through the marching minigame, and it doesn't tell you jack all.
Yeah, I honestly did not know how to do this properly until I started speedrunning this game. Every guide I like read said to just mash circle on the text boxes, but it's not 100%.
Yeah.
Just mashing.
Xbox, yeah. It is Mozzie. We are raising money for the Royal Flying Doctor Service. Is Sofa live? I don't have Discord up. I had to minimize it.
I had to go AFK, and now my cat's scratching the cat litter box. I can... Do you want me to read anything out or anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to check if we had any donos or anything like that. It's a pretty quiet part here.
No donations.
So, marching minigame. The objective of this is we actually want to get a score of 51% or higher. And that will give us a payout of 5,000 gil, which goes towards our shopping fair amount. If I don't make that 51%, or if I'm in the 40s instead, it's fine. I just have to buy a couple less items. But my number's looking pretty good, so I should be able to pick it up. Oh, number's crashing. Quick, get in line. Oh, just got it. We get our 5,000 gil payout. For raising those TV ratings.
It's nice that they give you the money instantly.
Yeah, so if you get in the 40s instead, you actually get a 6 ethers, which when you sell them works out to be 4,500 gil, which isn't too bad. You just have to buy a couple less items.
And if you wanted, you could grab a couple source items in the building where the enemy skill is. If you want to just keep your shop like buying the same, you can just grab those to make up like 500 gil that you lose.
I didn't think of that.
Like
I just
mine source and a luck source.
Yeah, I just if I get a bad thing, I just buy one less Molotov and tranquilizer.
Yeah. Yeah, buying less items is better for time save.
Yeah.
Than grabbing those extra items.
And I run a different route to what you do, I think. My run has a ridiculous amount of Molotovs in it. Like, I will never run out. I buy 42 over the entire run.
Oh,
Why?
Yeah, I think I buy 34, and then only some more if I feel like I need it.
Yeah. Alright, make sure to not just mash here.
Yeah.
Well, no, this pit doesn't matter, but this guy asks you if you're comfortable with the game or not. You want to make sure you hit the second option. Because otherwise you have to go through the whole dance off again. Cloud showing his moves. Alright, so we're going to go and give Rufus a send-off for his voyage across the sea to Costa del Sol. But before we do that, we just have to do a quick shop, and we need to pick up an enemy skill along the way. So for this shop, I'll just buy 1 high potion, 2 hypers, and 10 trunks. And then we'll go and pick up the enemy skill materia, which is the second one that we've picked up so far.
Enemy skills, very powerful materia.
Ooh, yeah. Oops. This is a left.
Yeah, it's funny, all these screens you just hold left on, and then this last one you hold up.
Yeah. Okay. And this minigame, you actually want to make sure you win as well. It's not very hard to win. You just need to get 100 points, and each correct button press is worth 10. That's not a direction change. So we just keep going until we get 100 points. After that, it doesn't matter. Well, one bit of trivia while you guys are watching. This guy actually makes the shape of the button that you need to press. Like an OK, he makes a circle above his head. I don't need to keep going anyway. X, he just literally jumps out and does a star jump. I never noticed this for so long.
Yeah, I remember, I forget when I first heard that and I paid attention. I was like, oh yeah, it's true.
Yeah, he's got a different animation for each button press. And he, when you get a left or a right, he actually turns in the direction that you need to turn. But relative to him, like he'll turn to his left.
Yeah. I think that always confused me as a kid, because I would turn the way he turned and be in the wrong position.
Yeah, mind blown. So, for getting 100 points, we get the sword Force Stealer for Cloud. And we're actually going to be running Force Stealer on Cloud for the rest of Speedrun. For one, it's got good damage for this point in the run, which we'll be taking up against Genova Birth. But it also has double growth on the materia, so we use that to level up materia at a faster rate that we need. Nice. Oh, this guy wants us to do the dishes, so screw that, we're going stowaway.
Funny, if you stand there too long, you can talk to Red there, and if you wait long enough, Cloud will ask Red how he made it onto the ship here or whatever, and then he'll say something about a dolphin gave him a lift.
Really? Never knew that. Yeah. So on a cargo ship, stowing away in disguise to go to Costa del Sol in order to chase Sephiroth. The rumour that he's been sighted in Junin and that he's crossing the ocean. Pick up the ether there, same deal as all the others, that's just to sell for extra gil. We just need to talk to the characters here to progress the story. And I'll save up. We talked to Red.
One of Minnie's favorite songs in the game.
Yeah. d13sel is pretty cool. Well,
Yeah.
the reason we actually go above deck first is because you need to talk to Aerith, Tifa, and Red before you can talk to Aerith the second time to unlock, to be able to go and talk to Barret, which moves the story forward. Go up and talk to Barret, and he's contemplating double homicide against Heidegger and Rufus.
Then he gets interrupted by the alarm.
A quick safety save before the boss fight. Right, so we're going to take Tifa and Aerith into this fight. There's two different routes, but I'll go with this one. Because slightly safer to have Aerith's Healing Wind in this fight, which I don't actually have access to yet. Not quite charged. Right, do this movement manipulation here, and if I've done that correctly, Genova will be in a preemptive state.
Like Apps was earlier.
And we're going to be doing back attack Braver with a Force Stealer instead, so it should be pushing out around about 600 damage. Oh, not a very good damage roll.
Cloud kind of weak in this.
Let's stop.
Do you know what the percentage of stop actually hitting is?
No, I don't actually.
Because I'm not sure either.
Not off the top of my head. Seems to be around about half. But
Yeah.
don't know.
Is she stopped the whole fight now?
No.
Or does she?
No, she comes out of it. She's out of it now.
Oh, it's not too bad.
Yeah, the goal of this fight is to increase, like, get as many Braves as you can, kind of thing. To get cross slashes.
Yeah, we want to get cross slash by the time we get to Temple of the Ancients, so we're going to be farming up. Some Bravers in this fight, hopefully. We're on 2 so far.
Yeah.
And this is why having Aerith is nice, because HPs are getting a little bit tight. So just for safety, I'll throw in a Healing Wind. And so that's 3 Bravers. And she should be dead shortly. And she always actually has the same turn order as well, so you can predict reasonably well how the fight will go, depending on her first turn. So everyone's kind of freaking out that Genova and Sephiroth showed up, with good reason, because Sephiroth is supposed to be dead, and Genova is well, literally a space monster. But that's all good now because we're in Costa del Sol, so we're going to kick our feet up.
Yep, vacation time.
This is a weird thing about the PC game, the PC version. In the PlayStation version, the ship just reverses into the slot between, but here it backs up as if it's a truck, not a ship docking. Like only the back.
Yeah, that's that's weird.
Yeah.
I wonder why they did that. So such a strange thing to change as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Camera just breaks for a split second there.
Yeah, that only happens if you bring Aerith with you in that party.
Yeah. So if you want a good laugh and you haven't seen it before, watch the guy in the red suit at the back on the helipad. Bye.
And he's gone.
I've never noticed that before. They just yeeted him.
Yep.
Poor guy.
He's fine.
Yeah, if you come back to the screen later, he'll be there again.
Oh, is he?
And he'll actually yell.
I'm half
saying
tempted
he
to
hates
check that.
Heidegger and Rufus.
So Rufus scolds Heidegger for completely screwing up. I mean, I don't even understand why the ship docked and gave people the chance to escape. And I think Rufus sees that as well and he just completely roasts him for it, for letting everyone get away. We're going to pick up a couple of items in here. The power source, which we use to raise strength. Motor drive we'll just sell, and firing we'll be using for some boss fights, protect against fire damage. And that's it.
Yeah, just a little short little stop.
Do a quick heal up, and then we head off for Corral. And that is very early. That's an egg. Oh. Fast escape though. Wow, this is going to be 3 encounters on the way.
This is terrible.
Yeah, this is atrocious. Great.
Tube before the bridge even, wow.
Yeah. Come on, do it. 3. I want 3. Ah. Probably should have saved before coming in here. But some sections I'll tunnel vision on a little bit, seeing that the movement's quite tight for step count here.
True.
It's PC version, so it's not too... Two green turtles. On the bridge I do, yeah. Try and steal a right arm. See if we get the glitch. This screen can glitch with the cloud textures, it's quite funny.
It's like upside down giant cloud, or is that what happens?
Yeah, like you know the glitch that you can trigger on the
Name
with the name skip. Like if you go back into the screen after doing name skip, and yeah, cloud is just cloud's texture is completely reversed and on the wrong plane. Yeah, that it happens on that screen too. I don't know what triggers it. So
I have no idea either.
So I need to unlock cross slash before we get to Temple of the Ancients and have the limit charged. In order to do that, you have to use 8 Bravers. I'm on 6 at the moment, so I won't use a Braver if I get it filled, but it would be nice to get it filled before I get to Desert Prison. And I do need to make sure that I force an encounter before leaving this screen as well. Wrong person, but nice try. Maybe this one will help.
Quite a number of encounters on this Mount Coral section.
Yeah. I have a feeling, I've never actually looked at this step route, but I have a feeling we intentionally take extra encounters in this area because we need to get a specific encounter in the Desert Prison to learn an enemy skill. But before we do that, we've got 2 fights on the bridge with bombs. I'm going to try and steal for a right arm. It's fine if I don't get it, I only give it 1 attempt per fight. But if we get that right arm, we can one-shot Dine later on in the boss fight instead of having to fight him the normal way. Oh, nice! Got it. Right arm!
That is pretty awesome.
Yep. Means I don't have to worry about using a high potion in a Dine fight. Because the Dine fight is actually quite risky. You can attest to this most recently.
Yeah, my last run had a double KO against Dine with Barret there.
Yeah, so
game over.
Dine's AI, he when you kill him, he has a 50% chance to yeah, he has a 50% chance to counterattack. And he also has a pretty high critical hit rate against Barret as well. And so you can actually be in a situation where Barret and Dine both die in the fight. Funny. But yeah, the right arm we drop on Dine. That just one-shots him instead.
Yeah.
Whereas normally you would use 4 Molotovs, so it's what, like 40 seconds?
I know in the TC skip route, they usually save right arm for, is it Demon's Gate maybe, or no?
Probably.
I forget now.
Yeah, having right arm for Demon's Gate would be quite good. Hypothetically, you can get 2 in this route if you're really lucky. Never happened to me, but if I did get a second, that one would be used for Demon's Gate. Could make an argument for the Palmer fight, but I think it's really necessary for punk.
True. More burning villages.
Seems to be a theme.
Funny thing coming up here is if you choose the dialogue option that says don't get on to go to the gold saucer, it is faster than saying get on.
Yeah. Yeah, if you select get on, you actually get extra dialogue here, whereas choosing to not get on and then just go on.
Now we head to my favorite place as a kid in this game.
The happiest place in the world.
In Battle Square.
Hay fever sucks. Right. So we're chasing rumors again. Sephiroth coming to the gold saucer. Why he came here, I don't know, but... Oh no, wait, no. We just end up here, randomly. It's not really explained, but we decided to stick around. Barrett's feeling a bit emotional because of his memories of Corel. So he's a little bit angry and wants to be left alone.
Yep. He does get quite angry here.
So you get a selection to choose one of the characters. And we'll be taking Tifa. And we get next character. This Moogle controlling a stuffed toy that tells people's fortunes. And his name is... Oops. Itchy.
Wait, that's not a donate.
No, it's...
Okay, I was like,
No, this is me having a
panicking.
laugh. Because everyone refers to this character as Kate Sith. Funny thing is, it's actually pronounced...
Kate Smith.
Yeah. It's either pronounced Ketsi or Ketshi, depending on which translation you use. The original reference is Ketsi, I think, from Gaelic. And the Japanese pronunciation is Ketshi.
I like Kate Smith better.
Kate Smith.
It's kind of funny as kids how everyone sort of pronounce things differently because they're so weird names.
Oh, I was supposed to do a menu. We can do it later. I have to remember to do it when I get control back. Definitely don't want to get the fire ring stolen. That would be a bad day. Damn.
feel like in the FF7 speedrunning community, there's two camps of people that either hate Kate Sith or love Kate Sith, and that I guess depends on which type of category you're running.
Yeah, it's a bit of a meme.
Definitely. I heard the slots runners get a t-shirt.
You've been reading the Discord. And thanks, Lanky, for the good luck. So, everyone that was killed was found to be shot, which is kind of concerning because we can't account for Barrett's whereabouts. And the crimes are actually blamed on us by Dio, who is the manager of Gold Saucer. So he throws us in prison. A desert prison. Surrounded entirely by the desert, and you can't leave. And he's literally standing next to a dead body when we find him. Mm-hmm. It's not a good look.
Yeah, that's not ideal
and
for
he just
prison.
runs away instead of saying anything to you.
He's looking for Tifa, not Beefer. Didn't forget anything? Tifa is closed, but the Sid incentive is still open. So we do have a bidding war for naming Sid that's still open. If you want to contribute to that, the last I checked, the name that was in the lead was Sid, spelt with an S. So if you got any better ideas, or you want to extend the lead on that one, exclamation donate in the chat, and that'll give you a link, and just let it known in your comment that you wanted to put that donation towards the incentive. There.
How long away is the Sid? It's like a couple of hours, right?
Be about an hour away.
So get those names in, guys. If you want to rename Sid something fun.
This sound effect is so obnoxiously loud, I'm sorry. There's not much I can do about it. Also, random sound effect there that's not in the original PlayStation version. I don't know why. But we find out that Barrett is actually not committing mass murder. His friend that he lived with in Corel also had a gun grafted into his arm. And he's kind of lost his mind. Yeah, what am I doing? Oh wow, that's really far ahead. And hopefully we don't get anything stolen. Nice. I didn't actually need to do it.
Yeah, you don't have to trank him even really because of the right arm, yeah.
One step. But yeah, Barrett's friend Dine also had a gun grafted into his hand, and he's kind of gone mad from despair because he believes that his wife and daughter are both dead. And and we're going to go and confront him. But before we do that, we're going to learn the enemy skill Laser. I'm going to find both lasers out. I can do it. Oh, it had to crit.
The time you don't want to crit, it happens.
Oh, what a troll. Oh, it's fine. I can get it in Cosmo. I just need one more limit for unlocking Cross Slash. I was going to get, I was going to recharge Cloud's limit there, so I could get it, the second one off, but yeah, it had to crit.
Yeah, laser's a pretty important enemy skill to have for later in the run, and for manipulating Tifa's health as well.
DLC. Alright, so normally in this fight we would use 4 Molotovs, kill Dyne and keep a careful eye on Barrett's HP, because it can get pretty tight, especially if Dyne starts landing criticals. But because we managed to get a right arm, we can just one-shot him with that. Really lucky I'll get first turn in this fight, which I might do. And no counter? Or am I asking for too much? No counter, Jesus. If I was timing this, that would have been a gold split. But yeah, getting right arm is very good for the run. So basically, because Dyne kind of mad from despair, he wanted to kill his own daughter Marlene, so that she would be reunited with his wife Eleanor, I think the name is. Which is, and Barris says basically no. Yeah, it's a pretty uncommon skip. It's like a 1 in 8 chance to steal, roughly. Which is why you don't typically get it. But yeah, I was prepared to use the high potion in that fight automatically if I didn't get right arm.
Oh yeah, is that the high potion you bought in June on there?
Yeah, that's what it was for. But then I don't have to use it. I can save it for Interior Keeper. Materia Keeper can open with the move Trine. If that happens, you're in trouble. You need to heal up a bit.
I pick up that all in the cargo ship there as like a safety there for Materia Keeper if he trines.
Yeah, So yeah, there's two different routes as to how which party you use for Materia Keeper. There's one where you actually use Red 13, because he has a higher magic stat with the Seraph Comb that you get from Cosmo Canyon. But I don't do that route. I actually use Cloud in this route with Kate, Sith, and Tifa in the party instead, which is slightly riskier, but is still pretty consistent. And it also has the added benefit of having Kate Sith in the party for the Palmer boss, so you can get a lucky dice roll and get like if you're really lucky, you can get like a 2000 damage dice roll. But
yeah, that is nice.
We also pick up the Rama materia because that one we will actually need. Yes, the best damage roll you can get is 2400.
And like, so Red's limit basically against Palmer, like if you have him for Materia Keeper and Palmer, it'd be like 500 to 600 damage. So Kate Sith, yeah, he can go anywhere from 300 to 2400 damage on his dice attack.
Yeah, but I'll be coming first in this race, but you guys are willing to bet who's going to come second. And I don't think it's going to be Red.
My favorite Red, no.
And you got a choice between, well, you can pick Red if you want, but I wouldn't. White, blue, purple, or pink.
I think he'll be Carolina Blue.
I'm just going to assume that's blue. And he's actually really pushing it. Oh, we got our camps. We got a couple of pinks, got a few whites, and a purple. No one's banking on blue except for Soph.
Blue's got this. Come on, Blue.
Apparently I'm awesome at alliteration.
Somehow Red's still holding in front, but now it won't be able to...
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, there we go. So second is Blue. Carolina Blue. Carolina Blue.
Oh, good call, Stove.
I actually didn't think it could win. I'm surprised.
Alright. So, no shenanigans here. We're just going to carry on. But you'll see me get in and out of the buggy pretty quickly. What this does, this actually resets the encounter meter to a specific point, and if you actually do it fast enough, you won't ever get an encounter as long as you do this. But I actually do need to get an encounter on this beach, because we're going to be learning another enemy skill. Eventually.
Possibly the most overpowered enemy
It's a
skill in the
Sonic
game
as well. Oh, back attack. I can't see the cursor.
Yeah.
Let's try. There we go. Oh. And so we learn Big Guard off these guys, which is probably the most broken enemy skill in this game. No high potions though. Would have been nice if I got one.
Yeah, Big Guard is barrier, magic barrier, haste on all your party members.
For the bargain basement price of 56 MP.
Yeah.
Now we've reached Cosmo Canyon, which is Nanaki. Nanaki's home village. And Nanaki is Nanaki, that is his name. And we get this advertisement for the Shildra Inn. Don't skip. Unless you actually go there first, but that's slower.
And there is a backup elixir there if you lost yours or had to use it or got it stolen.
Yeah, so there are some really rare scenarios where you might have to use it. Like if the Death Claws run out of MP when you try and learn laser. Or it can also be stolen on one of the random encounters, actually two of the random encounters that you come across. One of them is on the world map, so you might not see it at all. With one of those thieves in the Midgar area. It can most commonly, if it's stolen though, it's stolen in the desert prison with one of the encounters that are actually on step count. It's quite annoying because it's about a 30-second time loss when that happens. But in the meantime, Red, also known as Nanaki, shows us his home that he grew up in with his adoptive grandfather, Bugenhagen, who is an expert in planet studies. And he is going to show us the ways of the cosmos.
And he apparently floats on something.
Yeah. Word around the grapevine is it's the only float material in the game. Do I use that? Oh, you can actually dodge that Xbox if you're fast enough to get into the door. This is the point where I have to make the critical decision in this speedrun. At this point, do I need to go to the toilet? I think I'll be right, actually.
Is this the longest break in the game, or is there like...
Nah, there's a couple that are longer than this. Be what, like a minute 30?
I don't remember exactly. But
Yeah. The longest...
There's like a little fake.
Yeah, there's one FMV. The FMV after this one where Bugenhagen gives his explanation about the planet. It's about 1.5 to 2 minutes long, but the longest is 2.5 minutes at around about the 5.5 hour mark.
It's kind of funny how, like, the PS1 breaks aren't that long, really, compared to FF10. I don't know,
Yeah.
I just
Voice acting.
keep forgetting how short they are.
Unskippable voice acting.
Yeah.
Quick hydration.
For some reason, I don't remember like sitting on that one screen for a while there. Maybe I always use this bathroom break, that's why.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not many breaks. You can also, there's another opportunity at Gold Saucer. The first FMV that you watch going into Gold Saucer is another good spot. But that one's also not very. So now we're going to go down and catch up with the rest of the party now that we got our lecture about how the planet is eventually going to die, because Mako is being made by Shinra from the planet's live stream. Feels bad, man.
And also, I think, is it here that Barrett says this is where Avalanche was like initially formed or something?
Yeah, it is. And Aerith's feeling rather alone because she's the only ancient still alive. And Tifa is really worried about Cloud, but she's not really talking. And Red confides that he has a conflict about how he feels about his father, because he believes that he was a coward and ran away from battle when Cosmo Canyon was under attack. But Bugenhagen wants to show him something, so we're going to go follow him. And I am going to make a save. I haven't made one. Oh. Clown. Alright. No, I'll just do a change. I need to charge Cloud's limit, because I really need to get that Braver. I don't want to leave it too late. Leaving it past Palmer is kind of scary. So I've got a little bit more step count here. Going to be doing, I'm going to force the next encounter in a very specific location. And with that, hopefully, if I don't mess it up, I'll be able to do another skip.
One of the, I think one of the cooler ones.
Yeah, and also the most difficult.
In the game. Yeah.
So yep, we made the point where we need to force the encounter at least. And we'll force the encounter here, but we're also actually going to learn the enemy skill Death Sentence in this encounter before we escape it, so... Learn Death Sentence into Clown. Better enough. Ah, and that should be cross slash now. And now we try and skip the stingers. Yep, cross slash. I've only got one attempt at this, so I'm gonna.
This is really hard, the stinger skip. Like, the step count is already hard, but being like exactly on, maybe it's a little bit easier on PC, I guess.
No, it's about the same.
But yeah, it's
should have it.
Requires you to be exactly on step count where you need to be, because essentially you're just getting an encounter on those webs, right?
Yeah, so we're aligning the step count perfectly to get a random encounter on the same frame as triggering the stinger fight. That causes the game to glitch and neither of the fights are actually entered. And that saves about 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's a really nice trick, but it's not beginner friendly.
No, definitely.
Yeah. I forgot the difference in the PC setup when I was waiting for a second when you're just running up.
You're supposed to go right, left, right.
Yeah.
But no, the PC has to have a different setup because of the way fractions work. Because the fractions are reset on screen transitions, it needs different movement. And now we enter the boss fight. Not exactly a hard one.
Pretty decent ATB for red. Maybe first turn.
Yep, first turn.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That trademark boss that always dies to an elixir in an FF game. That's the one we get.
Also, the encounter before that was forced because if you don't do that, you get the duplicating boss glitch as well. If you after the stinger skips. So if you didn't force that encounter, like Diesel did there on the other screen, you have to fight that boss twice.
I believe on the PlayStation version, the game actually soft locks as well. Causes a soft lock or a hard lock or something like that, from what I've heard.
Yeah, I don't know if it always does or not, but
or maybe I'm mixing that up with Stinger Skip. Yeah, like oh yeah, that's right. If you slightly mistime Stinger Skip, and you get the encounter like a frame before, the random encounter a frame before, when you leave the encounter, if you run straight up and trigger the Stinger Skip, the game kind of wigs out because it isn't loading correctly, and it can actually cause just a complete hard crash in the game as a result.
Yeah.
But as for the story, Bugenhagen reveals that Seto, Nanaki's father, actually fought in the battle for Cosmo Canyon. And he fought alone to protect the Cosmo at the expense of his own life, where he became petrified. Why he wasn't told this, I'm not quite sure, but Naki has his sense of pride restored. But Twitch chat, if you've got any doggo emotes, now's a good time to put them through.
Yeah, it is a strange thing not to tell Nanaki or Red there about his dad.
Okay. So that's it for Cosmo Canyon. We're going to take Tifa and Kate Sith. Going forward. And this is where my the route that I run differs the most from most other runners. And get some quick dialogue. Red is actually going to join us. Before he was saying that he was only going to follow us as far as Cosmo Canyon. And it's on to... What's the next town? This looks familiar.
I don't know.
It's Nibelheim? Thought this place was burnt down. Well, we're not actually sticking around to do any story here because we don't have to, we move on. So, the story version of events is that Shinra completely rebuilt the town to cover up any stories about what happened 5 years ago, and they just filled the town with actors.
Yep.
Go. So, onto Mount Nibel, passing through to get to Rocket Town, where we get our last character for the run, Sid. So this is not much time left if you want to put money towards the bid war for Sid's name.
Yeah, if anyone wants to donate towards the incentive to rename Sid, just click on that link in chat. So far, Sid with an S is winning, so a classic debate.
Right, so we're going to go down Tube 2. Do we go down the right one? Because if I went down the wrong one, that would be tragic. And we get the Power Cell, which is quite an important item for this speedrun. And I'm going to do a quick menu. And start Materia Keeper. And I'm not going to explain this fight to start off with because I don't want to. I want to show it. So we're going to cast Mini onto Tifa first. Good, didn't miss, which you can do. Need to keep an eye on Cloud's HP, make sure he doesn't die. Nice. Thanos snap, and he's dead. That snap kind of sucked, but I had to be quick with it with the way the ATVs worked out. But RJ, you want to explain the mechanics of how I just did that?
Yeah, so basically the way poison works in this game is it does like 1/32 of the character's max HP per tick that it does. Materia Keeper takes 262 damage each time the poison like goes off, processes or whatever. And you want to do a certain, like he has 8400 HP, you want to do 99 damage before the third poison tick, and then that puts him at 7777 HP. So the next poison tick will inflict that damage on himself because of the Lucky Seven's, what do you call it, mechanic in this game. And then since poison does self-damage, it just ends up killing himself. So it's a pretty good trick to use on Materia Keeper. So you don't have to worry about dealing 8400 damage to him to beat him. You just do a little bit with some poison.
And just doing a bit of a shop here. Basically supplies for the rest of the run, hopefully, if it goes well. And we meet Shira, the other half, so we'll be meeting Sid very shortly.
Yeah, so probably cut off now for the...
We actually had a donation towards the Sid reading from Anonymous. Many thanks to everyone involved in putting on this great show. Put this towards Sid being named Shid. Keep up the great work. Appreciate it, Anonymous.
How much was it for, sir?
It was $22.46, so it's actually Shid is ahead.
SHID, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, that's Sid now. Whoops.
SHID?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The FF10 Sid.
They're very similar. They're pilots. They're gruff.
It's very true.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Did you get a zero encounter world map after Material Keeper, or did you get one on the way?
Nah, I've got 0.
Nice.
He's pretty lucky.
Makes up for the 2 that you got on that coral. Costed also
Yeah.
world map.
Alright. So we're going to get the backstory on Sid and Shira. Where Sid was actually going to be the first pilot in space. But Shira was caught still checking on the oxygen tanks immediately before liftoff, which put Sid in the position of having to either kill her or not. Be roughly around about the halfway point here, I think, for the run. Run's been going pretty well, actually.
Yeah, nothing too crazy so far to mess with you.
Nah, I'm gonna get double lapis laser. I can feel it.
That would be pretty funny, but I hope it doesn't. I love seeing people get trolled on carry armor.
Yeah. Oh, did you see the last way I got trolled on carry armor? It was actually pretty epic.
No, I didn't.
Tifa got arm grabbed in the middle of the fight. Which is, well, it's not that it's not supposed to happen, it's just very rare.
Yeah, I saw the clip of it.
Yeah. There's like a look of genuine shock on my face.
Kinda hoping that happens today, but...
Well, I wouldn't be as shocked. Rocket Town is a very special type of Papega, I think. So, one, why would you build a town next to an old leaning rocket? Two, when you built that town, why did you build it on the side that the rocket is leaning?
Oh yeah.
All very good questions.
A bit of a design flaw.
Hmm. Wait, isn't Reeve head of urban planning and development?
Yes, I believe.
Reeve. Blame yourself.
But that's only of Midgar, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
But we all know Shinra has their control over the whole world pretty much anyway.
Mm. Ah, Palmer. Palmer is hilariously stupid. So this fight's not too bad. He only does single target damage, so he's healing it up as he does that damage, but other than that...
It's just a really weird fight in terms of like
Yeah. 7,
how it
900?
looks. I guess.
Yep. 900's pretty healthy. No poison.
Yeah, 900 nice.
Come on.
Like 3 Molotovs, basically.
There we go. Third poison tick, which isn't very good, but... Kinda hoping he attacks, that Sith again. Actually, no, I actually do need to get it on Cloud as well. I need to have Cloud's limit. Oh. Average 5.
Yeah, not bad. Third try poison obviously is not ideal, but
I did have the dust.
overall not bad. Yeah, true.
Hey, Headbutts. So, Cloud and Tifa's names were donation incentives, and Ketchi is just a little joke of my own.
What do you mean? These are the real names, the lore names.
Alright. So we just stole the tiny Bronco off of Sid, but we kind of feel bad for it. So we're going to pick him up along the way. And Ketchi is just like standing on the plane as if wind resistance is not a thing. I love it.
Yeah.
So it's got some wheels on them too. Look at him. Catching up to the plane.
Yeah. Okay.
Big splash.
Right. So now we have access to Sid. There is a We don't quite put him in the party yet, but he will go into it eventually. Where's the next place I'm going to save? Probably before entering temple. Okay. Fingers crossed that something bad doesn't happen, but I'm not going to say what that bad thing is because I want to just... Good God, that is early.
And yeah, this is one of the...
Yeah.
Good escape at least.
So what can happen is those guys have access to the Joker card, which can instantly kill one of your party members. And we really don't want that to happen to Cloud because he would lose his limit break, and that causes some real problems. But this encounter doesn't have it, so...
Fencers.
Yeah, we need that limit for the next boss fight to work, basically. And let's pick up some extra Molotovs. And it's back to Gold Saucer. So, long story short of it, this section of the game is kind of like when the world really opens up for the first time, where you can go and explore. And you're given the task of having to find the keystone, which is the key to unlock the Temple of the Ancients, which is where we need to head to next. Now, I already know where it is, so I don't have to go exploring. It's kept by Dio, who's a bit of a collector, the owner of Gold Saucer. And I think he's got too much money because he doesn't really care about giving it to us or not, but he wants to see me fight for it. You have to take Cloud into the battle arena. However, the battle arena is a bit of a joke because you can just run away.
It is quite funny.
Although what is really funny is if Cloud actually does die on the way to Gold Saucer, when you enter that fight, Cloud's just dead at the start of the fight, and then it just immediately ends. Good laugh.
Yeah, they use that in the slots runs.
Yeah, they try and have Cloud dead at that point.
Like Evan did, yeah.
But unfortunately, now that we've got the keystone, the gondola's broken down and we can't leave. So this is a good time to reminisce on the story so far. Can you still run away if you go back to the battle arena later? Yeah, I think you can. Not 100% on that, but I think you can. I don't see any reason why it would change.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think it would, yeah, and then you just would end up like losing or whatever at that point, I suppose.
You just lose the GP,
yeah.
Not get any battle points. But essentially, we're summarizing the story. We've had some vague references to something called the Black Materia. We haven't gone into what it actually does yet. And that Sephiroth is after it. along with Genova. It's all very grim stuff, so instead of doing all that, instead of worrying about all that, we're going to go on a date with Eric. And the first thing we do is the play, and the play is actually quite funny because it's going to look like I'm trolling, but I swear this is the fastest way to do it.
I love the play scene. There's a few funny outcomes that you can do with it.
So we get some lines from the knight, nothing important, but we get some dialogue options here, and the dialogue options that you pick affect how the play plays out. So we go to the king, and the king tells us that we should talk to the wizard to learn the evil dragon's weakness. So we're going to talk to the knight. And then we're going to ask him how to defeat the actual king. And our enemy is the king. And Aerith is a bit upset that we've completely ruined the play. It just happens. And now we're going to go on a very romantic gondola ride. Actually, I wonder how long this break would be. There is text in the middle of it. I've never timed this one.
You don't have to, yeah.
This bit, you can just sit there.
Yeah.
There's one mandatory FMV here, and then you have to mash dialogue after that. But then there's another FMV, and that one's a little bit longer.
I feel like it's only something around like 30 seconds, maybe. I don't know, though. Maybe a bit more, though.
Good point, Jared. Sephiroth takes 2 hits to defeat a green dragon. Aerith one-shots it. Clown, I'm searching for you. That was a nice gondola. And at this point you find out that she's got the keystone. And then we go on a little bit of a chase, but this chase is coded somewhat strangely. Because you don't actually have to follow him. You can just go straight to Chocobo Square.
Yeah, it's funny that it just lets you go right to the last spot that he ends up or whatever. Shinra spy.
Yep, we'll find out the truth. Ketchi is a Shinra spy. It has taken Marlene hostage.
And this is why everyone hates Kate Sith. That hates Kate Sith.
Yep. I can see myself in the camera. My head gradually drops lower and lower because my chair is. So we pick up the elixir and the Iron Maiden. We'll need for later. And Aerith is a forced party member for Temple of the Ancients, and we're going to take her and Tifa, obviously. We've basically got everything we need for Tifa now. She's going to be our primary damage dealer from this point on.
Important material to grab along the way there.
We're going to take a trip to Gongaga before we go to the temple. And this is... A hit on Aerith would be appreciated, actually. Actually, I might just play it safe. Saying they're not tranquilized. Oh, we never talked about what tranquilize does. Just realized. And the sadness effect. So there are two status effects that are particular interest in the FS7 speedrun, which is Sadness and Fury. Sadness is the most prevalent in the run because what it does is it's kind of a double-edged sword in the sense that your limit break fills up a lot slower than what it normally does, but it also reduces the amount of damage that you take by 30%, which is why we use it for a lot of boss fights. And its counterpart, Fury, it's a common belief that you take extra damage when you're in Fury. That's actually not true. You take the same amount of damage, but you have a lower accuracy rate compared to what you normally do. But to counteract that, your limit break increases a lot faster. So we use both of those status effects. Mostly Sadness for the damage mitigation, but because we need Cloud's limit in several areas, we do use Fury as well in some points. Now we've made it to the Temple of the Ancients. We didn't have the keystone because Ketchi is a spy and nobody likes him. So Shinra have made it here first. And there are also these clones that are showing up.
Yeah, on the topic of the tranquilizers and hypers, I remember I never used tranquilizers as a kid. I think I used the hypers more because I like getting the limit breaks, but I didn't know they had like a damage, or not a damage, accuracy decrease.
It's most noticeable when you try and use magic.
Yeah.
In my experience.
And then it misses. I didn't even know what the tranquilizer or what Sadness and Fury gave you faster limit bar fill, and Sadness lowered the limit bar filling.
Yeah,
I just
thought it was a status effect, so it must be bad.
Yeah, I'd pretty much always just use one to get rid of the other.
Yeah. It was pretty cool how they kind of had status effects that were, it's good, but it's bad.
Right. It's like trade-offs.
Now we are in this, oh, I forgot the name of the artist that made that painting that looks like this. Oh, nice. Getting an escape there is actually quite good. Because they have very long animations. And pick up the trident. Trident doesn't serve any purposes, we just sell it. Pick up the turbo ether because it's literally in our way, but it's also good to have. And one more random encounter. Ooh, there's a walk here. MG Escher, thank you. Hey Rabbit, thanks for the good luck. Nice. Yeah, we've been quite lucky. Nothing's really gone pear-shaped yet. But that's probably going to change. Given where I am.
Yeah, the temple is one of those areas where...
Yeah, this is definitely the scariest part of the run. Red Dragon is difficult, but not too bad. But then there's Demon's Gate, and he's in a world of his own. How's it been going so far? Quick summary. Got a right arm for dying, which is good time save. Palmer was a bit slow because it was third poison. Materia Keeper was second poison. Other than that, everything else was being pretty standard. Oh, Tifa took a death to bottom swell as well. Just a bit troublesome. She might actually be a little bit low leveled this part. But I also only got 3 beach plugs on the beach. So I think I might actually be on the same level anyway. If you get 4 beach plugs, she'll actually be 1 level higher. Yeah. And it's good to have her with an extra level because even with all the damage mitigation, the first turn of Red Dragon is quite strong and it can one-shot the character with a bad damage roll. It looks like Sephiroth is in the Temple of the Ancients, which we already knew because Seng was injured. Told us he was inside, but it looks like he's in a room full of murals. Which I had no idea what a mural was when I was playing this for the first time. And we're gonna head down to number 6 o'clock.
Apparently in the original Japanese version, that clock room there is like way harder to like navigate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Japanese versions often have a lot of things that make the speedruns more difficult in the Final Fantasy versions. I know Final Fantasy IX is harder to run on Japanese because the boss fights are harder.
Alright.
Right, so menu to prepare for the Red Dragon fight and do a safety. The one good thing to this is if I die on either the Red Dragon or the Demon's Gate fight, I can actually keep step count perfectly regardless. Because I won't get a... Even though step count is turned on the way out of this room, I won't get an encounter, and that's the last screen where step count is active. The Temple of the Ancients. But in the meantime, we confront Sephiroth for basically the first time. He doesn't really give us much information the first time we see him on the cargo ship. But he begins to reveal his plan with the black materia. And at the temple, that the Ancients... I don't know if the Ancients made it or just found it, I'm not sure. But the black materia is a way of summoning Meteor, which is capable of threatening, of injuring the planet to a severe degree. Sephiroth wants to summon it in an effort to absorb all of the energy that the planet would gather to protect itself and heal the injury from Meteor. Because he wants to become a god. And then he tells Cloud to wake up. Rather strange. And he starts acting a little strange. That's true, Snark. I take it it's not Sephiroth, but I'll get to that later. I'm getting ahead of the story a bit there.
This part was always weird with the like little ghost cloud thing with the real cloud there.
Oh, it's great. Graphics of the time and all that, though, I guess. Had to show his split mind somewhere.
Right.
And here we go, Red Dragon. Hopefully I don't get trolled. Nice. Getting Big Guard first turn is actually very, very nice. Basically guarantees that I don't die. And I do a little bit of a safe way of doing this fight, even on my PB attempts. I find this one much better way to do it. 600. And this is the core mechanic of no slots. Beautiful. Get Tifa down into critical HP with Death Sentence and start using Death Blow. And this starts happening. Let a little bit of ATB there. Oh. And that's Red Dragon.
Nice. 4 death blows with Tifa. Should be enough to finish off the Red Dragon.
Usually.
Unless she has like low damage or something.
Yeah, if she's doing like low 1600s, then it can get pretty tight, but with Cross Slash added on top of that, it's usually pretty safe.
Yeah.
So if you want to give an explanation on how Power Soul works and why she's hitting such ridiculous damage numbers.
Yeah, so the weapon she has, Power Soul, does... I always forget which order it is though. It's double damage for critical health,
yeah,
I think, and 4 times damage if she's under death sentence effect. So those combine together for 8 times damage, and then also the death blow, when it hits, it's a critical hit for double damage, so it does up to 16 times damage.
16 times the damage!
Yeah. So that's why Tifa becomes the damage dealer. Hey, I didn't shake the black materia.
No. Slight time save. Yeah, and we do Cross Slash there. Because it guarantees death blow to hit. Normally death blow has a pretty low probability of actually landing, but when an enemy is paralyzed, it's actually guaranteed to land. But here's the scary boy. Demon's
Runs going for world records or PBs usually. This is the guy that can determine if your run continues or not.
So, as a comparison, this guy hits harder and he has 10,000 HP and immune to paralysis, so this fight is a lot harder.
Good luck.
Good start.
No.
Come on.
Oh no, he's trolling a little bit.
I actually can't res him because I'm pretty sure he's going to do Icicle Drop next. I think I got it. Got the recovery. My ATVs are a little bit out of order, but...
Yeah, as long as there's no more fun business from the evening's game.
I'm not dead, so... Why not high potion? That's a bit random. Let's go. This is a problem with Doomsday. If you don't get the setup early, he can really get out of control. But I am managing to keep on top of it. Just.
Yeah, it's really hard to not let this fight snowball and just like...
Okay,
yeah.
I should be okay. let ATB bleed for a second. What happened? 23, 162, should be good. Can't rely on.
Yeah, the big guy.
Oh, right.
Um,
I've never used so many high potions in this fight before, I swear. Oh, it's so over.
Oh no.
the crits.
YOLO.
Yeah.
Damn it. That was so bad. Thank you for the raid as well, showing the support for the charity. We just have to do the
Welcome,
fun.
everyone.
Hopefully Tifa doesn't die first.
Yeah, that opening rock drop crit. That's the RNG you don't want to see.
And that big guard keeps running out.
And that's why people hate Demon's Gate.
Yeah.
There's literally nothing he could have done there, and the fact that he almost recovered numerous times is, yeah, impressive. But yeah.
I did make one mistake. I accidentally bled ATB at one point, but yeah, it's hard balancing everything as it is, let alone when you have to start with a dead character. Let's try that again.
Yeah, you always been catch up for a while.
That's better. That's a much better start. Having that rock drop on Cloud as well was also really good because I wanted to have his limit break charge by the time we get to Genova Life. Oops. Getting a little limits at this point. Alright, so this is the idea of the setup. You want to have Tifa go into critical HP on the Demon Rush. So that's what I was talking about earlier. So if he just did Demon Rush straight away, he didn't wind up or anything, and we get a counter attack. Really good luck. I think I might high potion Cloud just.
Good now to cycle in this and the demon rushes.
Yeah. Might actually be dead before with that counter.
True. That should be it. Yeah, this boss is definitely the hardest. There we go. Nice.
It was much nicer that time.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, no crits, I don't think, in that one.
Nah.
Also, no double rock drops, which you can do randomly as well.
Yeah.
And what is it? Every 2,500 HP he takes, he goes into the Demon Rush, something like that.
Yeah. So the trick to that fight is to basically survive the first 2,500 damage that you have to do to him. But the reason why you keep dropping Tifa back into critical HP with a Demon Rush is, yeah, every 2,500 damage, he starts his next Demon Rush. So so you just need to get to the first point, and you can constantly trigger the cycle of him queuing up his next Demon Rush until he dies.
Yeah, then
That's
the only thing you have to worry about then is critical Demon Rush hits that would kill Tifa. But you can't really do anything about that, so if that does happen, you just have to recover after. But
Like, I used to do a safer, like, quote-unquote safer, it's just easier, where you keep Tifa at 4 HP, but I've actually found that that's not as safe as doing the faster method, because you have to go through a lot more high potions and Molotovs, and you're just getting a lot more opportunities for things to go wrong.
Yeah, more crits or double rock drop chances for him and stuff.
I think that's what trips you up when you're learning as well, because you're like, oh, this strat seems really scary, but as long as you survive the initial part, it does.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can't really. Once he's in that loop, it's super safe, really.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you're weight tricking and you're using like the weight, HP weight properly, and then you should be able to beat him easily. Then at that point.
And the first turn is when you're at your most vulnerable, because if he does crit, it's just an instant death for the character.
Like the first fight you had against Tifa,
Yeah.
1,000 damage on her without anything you could do.
One good thing about Demon's Gate is he gives us the Gigas armlet, which is a lot of people write off the Gigas armor as a bad armor, but it's actually ridiculously overpowered. It has 6 slots of materia, but it doesn't. It has materia growth disabled, which is why most people write it off. But something about it that most people miss when they play this game is that it gives plus 50 strength to whoever wears it. So you can guess who that's going to go on.
Tifa boosted the damage even more.
Yep. So as for this point in the story, Ketchi sacrificed himself in order to solve the puzzles and turn the Temple of the Ancients into the black materia. And now Cloud has it, and Sephiroth is playing mind games with him. And gives the black materia to Sephiroth. He's like, peace, I'm out.
Why?
Cloud gets so upset that he gives Aerith a foot massage. This cutscene is so weird. You can see Aerith's hair.
Yeah, but I feel like in the PSX version you don't see that, but
No,
maybe I'm wrong.
You don't. I've checked.
Yeah, okay.
Not so much bugged, I think it's just bad placement of the Aerith texture, or something about this screen doesn't work on the PC version, maybe. But Aerith is completely fine with Cloud's little... Well, I'm not going to find a word for it. But she's realized that she's the only person that can stop Sephiroth's plan now. So she's going off on her own to the Forgotten Capital. But because Sephiroth clearly has some sort of mental influence over Cloud, he also knows where Sephiroth is going. Where Aerith is going.
On that other screen with the black materia, or well, where the black materia. Was it you, Diesel? I think I saw a clip of where it was a huge black materia on your screen there.
Yeah, it was. Oh, that was gold. Yeah, there was a glitch where the black materia kind of bugged and just became giant. It was ridiculous. Yeah, this game in textures is it's a bit weird.
Yeah, I wonder if something similar causes that to the like inverted giant cloud or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably related. So pick up the X potion before leaving because we'll need. Well, I might need that one for later on. And we're back to our old party of Cloud, Bar and Beefer. Clown, Bar and Beefer, rather. We're going to change that.
Replace bar with shid.
And I'll save just before Forgotten Capital. Because we got another skit coming up. Which is a little bit tricky, but not too bad. I'm going to skip a cutscene.
A lot of the skips in this game can result in soft locks too.
Yeah, this one is. So this is it. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, so I can explain it later. First, we've got to go to Bone Village.
True. It's a little bit of a long journey.
Yeah, this is definitely the longest trip that you do on the world map.
Oh yeah. Gigas Armlet. Guilty Spark.
And we're going to dig up the Lunar Harp. Now there's kind of a complicated mini game to this, but it's always in the same spot, so.
Thankfully it's not randomly placed.
Breezy's trash. Thank you for the raid, splitting the charity. And so if you got time, we got time. If there are any donations, read off, or we can do another mission statement.
Yeah. Well, don't have any donations, but we're us Speedruns, a group who does speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for the Royal Flying Doctor Service, who provide emergency medical and primary health care services to anyone who lives, works, or travels in rural and remote Australia. If you'd like to donate, you can go to... Well, I'll put the link in chat, actually. Easier than reading it out.
I wonder if I was going to get an encounter.
and there are a lot of incentives and things to donate towards to support the cause for various games. So yeah, a great cause.
So just doing a quick safety save before this skip, just in case I Papega and get it wrong. So there's a bit of a glitch in this room where if you go to sleep, cause the trigger to go to sleep, and open this chest below, which has a very wonky hitbox, it causes a bit of a glitch. Open this menu, pick up the E skill, and we'll do our menu for Nova Life. Yeah, I don't remember this one. And we have to climb onto that ladder before Sid and Tifa are loaded onto the screen. Otherwise the cutscene tries to start, but it fails to load because Cloud's movement is supposed to be locked for that cutscene. And then it actually turns the ladder off in that cutscene for some reason, and you can never climb down. That's what causes it. That's what causes the soft lock. Check my notes to make Watering, Gigasama, E-skill, cover. No.
I have soft lock there myself in the past.
I think I've done it in a no slots run.
Yeah, maybe not in the no slots, but in a PS4 booster run when I tried to.
I tried to do it on triple speed.
Yeah, I think I tried to turn it off as I was like leaving the menu or something, and then I didn't do it in time. Accidentally, it was walking instead of running to the ladder.
Well, we come down to the center of the. I don't even know what this place is, a forgotten capital, but we found Aerith. And the last time Cloud saw Aerith, he didn't behave appropriately, so hopefully he's a little bit better this time. Cloud? Cloud?
Oh no.
Oh. I was worried there for a second. Big F. F's in chat.
Thought you were hiding your
Grim
camera
Reaper
to
emote, that works too.
wipe away the tears.
Oh no, is she gonna be okay?
Judging by the music.
I like the physics on this materia too.
Yeah, I think Shane Warne must have thrown that because that's a real curve, and neither of you are going to get that reference. I just realised.
Is that an Australian thing?
Cricket, yeah.
Oh, cricket, the classic.
So at least you know the sport, but. But yeah, Shane Warne was a famous Australian bowler. He was known for his spin. So hopefully Genova Life doesn't do the thing. If she does the thing, I'll be upset. There's a 1 in 4 chance she does the thing. So, you didn't do the thing. So this should be a pretty quick fight. And we're going to see some pretty hilarious damage numbers. Just a fair warning.
Nice.
And that is a very nice
3,500.
Nice.
Compared to Cloud's 60 damage attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is how broken Tifa's damage can get. Combined with bosses that are vulnerable to paralysis.
Yeah.
Compared to Tifa's damage, yeah, Cloud does look like a side character, but you do actually need Cloud as well with the cross slash, because the paralysis effect actually guarantees death blow to land. Otherwise, it would be around about I think it's a 1 in 3 chance, roughly, for death blow to land.
The fights where you can use paralysis are so much better than the ones where you can't, because most of the time it just feels like you're missing the death blow.
Yeah. The Cloud is actually useful in some boss fights. And that's the end of Disc 1.
Funny that Disc 1 is more than half of the whole speedrun.
Yeah. Disc 2 is like 3 hours and Disc 3 is like 20 minutes. Googling the Game Shark to get Aerith back. Just do a quick heal up. And ATB active.
So we continue to follow Sephiroth.
And head north, past the snowy field. And even though we died, we should still be on the same step count. So all the treasure chests on this screen have kind of weird hitboxes. We pick up the bolt armor from the bottom ledge. And this one, to be fair on this chest, we do have to go on the same ledge. Yeah, I like to force that encounter before a certain point.
It's always nice when the sorry.
And yeah, we're heading out to the world map where hopefully we don't get pincered. But yeah, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's always nice when the walking steps are exactly the amount that you can walk in that spot.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to really worry about counting them if you...
Honestly, I don't even know how many steps it is.
I think it's 8 or so. At least the way I count, it's 8.
Yeah, everyone's kind of got their... I think everyone's got their own little way of counting steps. Doing pretty good encounters, yeah? Gotta look away. Probably take an extra encounter for that. Damn it. I said everything there. That's plan 2. Yeah, it's just Death Blow and Steel. Don't have added cut yet, so that should be fine. So we take the map, which we need just to progress the story. I don't actually need the map, but we also pick up a hero drink and a vaccine in that room as well, which we'll be using for some boss fights later on. And giving some of our characters protection against certain elements for upcoming fights. And Ellen is a little annoyed at us because she thinks that we're the ones that attacked Seng in Temple of the Ancients. She's not very good.
Punch.
She's not very good at her job and kind of rolls down the hill. And I really shudder to think how far she actually rolled. Pet the cat. Not a valid run if you don't pet the cat.
Agreed. I don't remember though, did you pet the dog before Materia Keeper in Nibelheim or no?
No, I didn't do that one.
No.
That one's actually out of the way though.
Still, gotta do it.
Let's see how much I messed this up.
Snowboarding on PC is
It
a
feels
lot harder, I think.
Yeah, it feels weird. I don't know what it is.
$1080 snowboarding, yeah.
Do we have some time to read out donations?
Yeah, far away.
Okay, we have $54.77 from Matt Johnson. Says, "Let's go speedruns."
Nice, thank you.
Cool.
And Rabbit Wick with the $55.20 says, "Always smashing the FF7 runs. Great cause to raise money for. Sending good luck for the rest of the run. Appreciate it very much."
Thanks, Rabbit.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright. Yeah, this is the tricky part, which I do a little bit differently from most runners.
I feel like Cloud takes up way more of the screen on this version.
Might do.
So it's like harder to see. I don't know.
Right, so This is actually not the fastest way to do this part, but we need to come out on a certain screen for the glacier, so we're going to take a slightly longer route. The snowboarding. Because there is something we need to pick up on the way. And is this going to be a bonkless? It is. Nice.
Nice.
Very nicely done.
231.
The snowboarding. Nice. The snowboarding is definitely not easy. I'm sure many people know that, having played casually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the last thing I actually put effort towards when I learnt this run. But it actually does pay off.
I found it funny how different the crystals look in the snowboarding on this version compared to the original.
Yeah. Right, and the reason we came a slightly longer way is for this materia here. Added cut. I'm going to pair that with the death blow materia. Whoops. And that way when we do a death blow, we also add a basic attack on top of it.
Yep, very nice. So when Tifa misses her death blows, you still get damage in at least.
And this screen can... Right, this screen has been trolling me on my practices. This screen is not actually connected to step count, it behaves more like a world map. And there we go again. And usually you want to try and get through it without an encounter, but... not today. Right. And we don't actually need to go into the cabin. We can just carry on. There is a save point in there, but there's a save point later as well, and there's nothing too risky. Coming up.
Yep, just don't forget to warm up when needed and be good to go.
Double play it safe. You can go through this screen without having to warm up, as long as you're nice and quick, but I'll probably just play it safe and warm up. Last platform. And we've actually got another encounter coming up where we're going to be learning another E skill. Either the next encounter or the one after that. We'll be fighting a Stilva. And we'll be learning Magic Breath. Big horn.
Then you want to make sure you have the right gear equipped for this fight, or else you can get wiped by Magic Breath, which happened to me once in a run.
So that gets Magic Breath on all of our characters because they've all got an enemy skill equipped at this point. Even Sid, despite the fact he dies, he still learns the enemy skill. Pick up the ribbon. We're getting all the good stuff. And this is the second stove up, but we've already got what we need.
Yep, rabbit. In this case, that is how it works. Yep.
Yep, all you have to do is win the fight.
One of the, if you're not on step count, one of the dangerous encounters comes in this area with those bats there as a pincer.
The bats can pincer you and it's quite risky. But I am still on step count, so know all the encounters I'm going to get are relatively safe. Well, the bats can still troll because they do a fair amount of damage and they have a fast ATB.
Yeah.
Alright. This screen you have to warm up regardless of how fast you are. You can't get through it without warming up.
And yeah, if the temperature reaches 26, I believe, is when Cloud will pass out. And you end up in the cabin.
Get taken all the way back to the cabin.
These penguins can actually do pretty good damage. Some like, well, I feel like they have a high crit chance at least.
Yeah, they just do their slaps unless you actually start attacking them, if I remember rightly. Yeah, how does... Something I usually ask myself when I get to this point, how does this menu go again? Dragon armlets. Off. Herring. Biggest armlets. Fire armlets. Ribbon. Perhaps. And we go through the laser fight, the icicle fights, and the best way to do these fights is to use laser. Because laser is a gravity-based attack, which does 50% of the target's maximum. 50% of the target's current HP is damage, but icicles are weak to gravity attacks, so that attack is doubled, and it just deals full damage.
Nice quick way to dispatch the icicle. The problem with these fights are that the ultrasound attack from the bats silence. So if they target Cloud, he'll get silenced. Whereas Sid has the ribbon, so he can still cast laser regardless.
Yeah, that's right. So I waited to confirm laser there.
Yeah. In case they were targeting Cloud or something, then you switch over to Sid.
And one more icicle. We don't need to do the fourth. Managed to dodge it. Yeah, you get bored. You gotta find something.
Find it hard on PC to do that.
Yeah, the controls are only at 15 FPS on the PC version, so they're nowhere near as responsive. Right, so with those icicles dropped, we can progress further, pick up the enhanced sword here, and that will just be sold as well. Don't give me the animation. 7. That's not far enough ahead. I'm gonna have to force an encounter before the schizo fight.
One more climbing session.
And a good way to remember which direction to go for this screen, it's always the first option. It's the fastest.
Thankfully that is the case, so you don't have to even just mash through.
Yeah.
Are there actually dead ends if you went a certain way?
I think there are, yeah.
And then steps are live on these ledges as well, so
Yeah.
you don't want to go the wrong way.
And schizo.
I really don't like this fight.
Nah, this fight is really troll. It can go so many ways.
Yeah.
But you want to run through the no escape glitch, RJ? That can happen?
Yeah, so Diesel forced that encounter on the other screen because if you get an encounter after like a boss fight or something, after a fight that's not escapable, the next encounter you get on that same screen after that fight will also be inescapable. So then you have to win that fight to actually move on. So you force that fight on the other screen so that you don't get a fight on this screen after this battle.
Might be able to do some big damage for one turn. We can't keep Tifa in critical HP at this point in the fight because she doesn't have any protection against ice damage. Jesus. 4. No way. It's actually dead. No. So yeah, if you get... That actually can happen, yeah. I actually need... different critical HP because she hasn't taken enough damage yet. I
first head that died there, counterattacks and 6 hits on it.
5 out of
Died
5?
before that. Wow. Tifa is hitting everything.
This is crazy.
Man, I wish I had life split open.
That was crazy. And Tifa dying there is normal for this fight. Like at the end of it.
Yeah, Tifa doesn't
survivor before the next boss.
Yeah, that's right. We want Tifa to be put in straight into critical HP for the next boss fight against Genova Death. Because Genova Death doesn't do any damage to Tifa. All of her attacks are fire elemental. And we just... it's actually faster to just leave her dead because usually she ends up dying in the random encounters on the way anyway. So just leave her dead. And then just quickly menu her back out. Menu her back up to full HP. Menu her to Phoenix down her, rather.
And the nice thing with Phoenix Downs is they put you right at your maximum critical HP.
Actually, that fight was ridiculously fast. Does Cloud have his limit?
Oh.
It's usually just assumed that it does, but he might not, considering how fast that fight was.
Yeah, I don't remember if he had it. Find out in the next encounter.
This encounter is also one of the ones that can be skipped, but I don't know the position of it very well. He's so close.
Oh yeah.
Probably get on one of the random encounters on the way up.
Should be able.
Alright, so this is a section of the game where this is the reason why we have the party that we have, because there are only 2 mandatory character sections for the rest of the game. And those are Tifa and Sid. This is Tifa's section, and then there's one section where you have to take Sid later on. That's the main reason why we take this. Plus, Tifa, for obvious reason, she has the mechanics that can be abused for huge damage numbers. And Sid has pretty good all-round stats as well. Play a support role, which is basically, he's got good speed. That's really all that matters. And good HP. Oh, actually, I might... Didn't think about it. If I get caught out by one of these whirlwinds, it's actually quite dangerous. And it's not just a matter of like no skill, like these winds have actually been known to glitch and catch you even when you're completely safe.
Yeah, I've barely ran this game and it glitched out for me, so I don't think it's that rare for it to happen.
No, it's only supposed to be like the really obvious point, at the limit point.
I've been lucky, I guess, because I haven't had that happen yet to me, but I've seen it happen.
Yeah. And it's on both versions. It's on PlayStation and...
Right.
One more encounter. It's the little monkeys. I guess they're not really monkeys, they're probably gremlins.
Yeah, I think they are actually called gremlins in the game.
The trick to that screen is to just stop for a split second and then keep going. Works every time.
Yeah, that's how I do it as well.
But now Sephiroth has said a rather strange line here. He said that this is the end of this body's usefulness. Which is a rather strange thing to say.
I don't even remember that line actually even.
Going into Genova Death, I basically can't lose this fight because I've got one Cloud that nullifies fire, one character that nullifies fire, one character that absorbs fire, and Genova only does fire damage. Oh, and she casts Silence, which is a little annoying if it's on Cloud.
Right. And Cloud's the only guy that can take damage in this fight too, but it's like 100 something per hit only, I think.
Oh, don't. See the silence and you get worried. The big guard death sentence combo. Try and get a lucky death blow off. Nice. One more cross slash for the paralysis. Tifa lays down the damage. Should be one more.
Good fight as well.
Yeah, that was a good fight as well. Silence is the best start.
Yeah.
As long as
If it
it's not
doesn't
a
hit
Cloud.
Yeah. She skips her other turn after that, so you get to refill the ATB for the cross slash fully.
It's actually very similar to the Genova Birth fight, because Genova Birth casts Stop, and then she also has like I think one turn where she doesn't do anything, or 2 turns. Can't remember exactly how many, but she's got that pause period where she doesn't do anything, and then it's the same for Silence on Genova Death. Right. So that's that fight done. We'll pick up the MP Turbo materia. Get a lot of cutscene in this section. Pick up the poison ring. Do a safety save just in case I get caught out on this.
All whirlwinds successfully passed.
Yeah, if you do get hit by the whirlwind, you get forced into an encounter that you can't escape from. I want to make sure that I don't get hit by them. There's big time loss if you do.
And it's a enemy that casts arrow.
I think it depends on which screen you get it on, but yeah, I think 2 out of the 3 is those flying things that cast arrow 3, which one-shot any of your party members. It's kind of funny, in most cases, random encounters are usually more dangerous than boss fights.
True.
But now we're being shown some strange things.
Yeah, so who's this person that looks like Cloud, but not quite?
But way more cool and competent. Cloud knows what Sephiroth is trying to do here. He's trying to tell Cloud that he wasn't at the Nibelheim incident 5 years ago. Which can't be true. He remembers. Sephiroth, telling him that he was actually an experiment done by Professor Hojo.
Funny, the photographer's one eye just like blinks every once in a while.
No, it's so bad. HD version working perfectly. What are you talking about? To be fair, it looks better than just 2 X's for eyes.
Yeah.
So, hey, it actually happened in this run, because we don't do photo skip. We took a photo back in Nibelheim 5 years ago. Let's take a look at it.
That's not Cloud.
No.
Oh my god, plot twist.
Dun dun dun.
But like Cloud says, this is all just illusion, so of course the picture would be fake too.
Although Tifa doesn't really seem to be saying much about the subject.
Yeah. And now Cloud starts forgetting how he actually joined Soldier or First Class.
Doesn't remember anything about being in Soldier other than Nibelheim.
I always liked this scene when I first saw it.
Yep. A lot of crystallized Mako. Looks like something might be up there. And there's something inside the wall.
I don't know, I always thought that was cool. The like blinking eye.
We got a bit of a quiet time if we've got any donations.
Yeah, we actually have a donation from Anon for $22.07.
Nice.
Says, any tips on getting hair like Cloud? Appreciate it very much. Use lots of hair gel.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best route.
And just in case you guys didn't know, this speedrun event is in aid of Royal Flying Doctor Service, who provide emergency medical and primary healthcare services to anyone who lives, works, or travels in rural and remote Australia. This is the donation link, and we have lots of incentives that you can check here for other runs throughout through the rest of this week.
I do believe there's a bidding war for which costume Jill is wearing in Resident Evil 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Did I just spell incentives wrong? Or is there a cooldown on the bar?
You're missing the second end.
Yeah. Oh my god. That wasn't even close. But yeah. It's all for a great cause.
We need Regina Jill.
Yeah. Or disc. What are the options for that actually? Because there's a really good one that's like a disco suit.
I can't remember. Don't have
Classic, officer, biker, Regina, and default. I believe.
Okay. So Cloud has realized that it's true that Sephiroth has been manipulating him and that he was experimented on by Hojo. And that he wasn't pursuing Sephiroth, he was being summoned in order to collect black materia and bring it to him. It is the real Sephiroth. So all the instances of Sephiroth that we've seen up until this point have just been illusions by Genova. The real Sephiroth actually was killed 5 years ago, but he's kept himself in a single form in the live stream. Well, actually, no, sorry. He's protected himself inside a cocoon from disseminating into the live stream. Because he's really hell-bent on becoming a god. Thanks, Dante.
This is a pretty long break too here.
Yeah, this one's pretty... Where's Sephiroth's lower part? Back at the censorship office.
How much donation for studies?
Where are my sons? Bloody bathroom. Oh, there. We go $1 a minute. It is for charity. Okay, and now Tifa finally says what's been on her mind. Just before the start of the game, Tifa finds Cloud at the Sector 7 train station, and he's clearly not well. And he's acting very strangely. He seems to think that the last time they saw each other was 5 years, but it wasn't, it was 7. Tifa never saw Cloud at Nibelheim during the incident. But for some reason he knows what happened.
This is like where the for me as a kid anyway, the game got pretty confusing with the story.
So Tifa, in order to keep Cloud around, because she was worried about him, she told him about the Avalanche job for the bombing of Reactor 1. That's how the game starts. For this. Although Tifa here says ding. I don't know why.
Yeah, I never understood that either. Like, is it supposed to be like the train or something? I don't know, like a ding of.
I thought it was like she meant to say blinding, but she only says ding because she says the glare.
Maybe.
So maybe that's it. But so Tiff has actually been unconscious for about 7 days, apparently, and they're being held in captivity by Shinra. We do get a pretty big story dump this section of the run.
Disc 2 has a lot of that.
Yeah.
It's like spurts of action and then lots of story in between.
And just casually phasing through the heads of both the characters. Meteor's being summoned. The monsters inside the wall, called Weapon, are going around. They're monsters created by the planet, designed to protect it in case something is going wrong, and they literally, the only thing they ever do is just make things worse. But we have control of Barrett now, so just a little bit of movement optimization here. Try and sneak in past Tifa.
Sleep in.
Oh, and before I forget,
Yeah, that's one I always forget to do.
You want to do that before you... And Shinra, because they always care about public image, even during the apocalypse, they've decided to execute Tifa and Barrett on TV, live. Ooh, look at that. The key. Oh, weapons coming. I lied. He actually does one useful thing. At least this one does. Shows up just as we're about to be executed. And this part of the game is a little strange. So you entered into a scripted fight against the Shinra soldiers here. We run away. And they're gone.
Yeah. They just disappeared. But definitely should have been an inescapable fight.
Yeah. Yeah. And we've actually got another skip coming up. No, what is this one called? FMV skip, I guess?
Yeah, Junon FMV skip or something.
Yeah, Junon FMV skip makes sense. So we get a batch of FMVs here for when weapon is attacking. And it's kind of there's also normal cutscenes cut in between those FMVs. There's one cutscene where the game always puts Cloud's character or the player on every screen because it seems like it has to for some coding reason that I don't understand. Now, for pretty much all the cutscenes, even when Cloud or the main character isn't on the screen, they're just locked. Their movement is locked, but it's not true for the next scene. And you actually have movement, and besides movement, you can exit the screen, and you can actually skip a section of the cutscenes, the weapon raid. It's actually pretty easy to do. If you want to try it yourself, all you need to do from this point on is hold down, run and down, and when the next screen loads, now you transition to down left. And now we're Barrett and we're free. So we're going to go back. It's actually a really good position. Oof. And that skips a couple of FMVs on the weapon raid. So what, it's about a minute, I think?
Something around there, I believe.
And then we just progress as normal from this point on. Although, a good laugh if you ever want to try that skip. If you go to the left or the right, you get some pretty funny things happening. The game really doesn't like it.
I've never tried doing that. But yeah, you can soft lock if you go the wrong way.
Yeah, basically.
Also, if you are behind on step count by a little bit, you can just skip that FMV skip to save some steps.
Best line of dialogue in the game. Damn, man. Right. Get the trigger for the elevator. Run as far as we can because when the elevator moves, step count is actually turned off. And then it turns back on immediately. So we've ended up in the airport for some reason when we were trying to save Tifa, which is a bit random. I think we got lost along the way. Tifa's just going to do it herself. Getting some of those double inputs is a bit tricky. Managed to get them all first try.
I always have her shake her head the one time.
Yeah. When you try and put the key in her mouth.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Imagine projectile vomiting so hard you start ripping this city in half. Boom. Headshot.
Yep. Bye-bye, Sapphire weapon.
Yep. Four to go. Well, I'm only going to be fighting 2 more, so. And one of them isn't really a fight.
One just survive.
Yeah, basically. The other one, though, he can troll pretty hard.
Yep. Oh, the real question is coming up soon. Are you winning or are you losing?
Oh, should I go for it? No, I never thought about this, to be honest.
Do it.
Yeah, alright then. Gotta win the slaps.
I know a guy named Steak Sauce that would be proud.
Yeah. Exos is like the one other Australian guy that runs this. Not many Aussies that run the Final Fantasy series. Especially the PS1 era for some reason. One more.
Nice, nice.
Oh, damn.
No. Took an extra. So yeah, the fastest way is just to lose that slap fight. So
Like, even if you get 5 out of 5 slaps with Tifa, it doesn't save for any time.
right.
So, I like to rip into the games that I speedrun because you play them so many times you eventually get bored, and that's what I do. What the hell was Ketchy's plan to save Tifa?
True, because it just so happened that she ended up there because of Sapphire weapon.
Yeah.
So what were they gonna do otherwise?
Yeah, like, how are we going to get her out of the execution chamber? But oh well, doesn't matter. We now have the high wind.
But no error.
No.
Bad, man.
No worries. Well, this cutscene dump is almost over, thankfully. I'm gonna ram Highwind into the wall.
Break her out. Yeah.
Right, so we've got the Highwind, but we're still missing Cloud.
Not enough crew.
Sure, Dante, why not?
That screen there before, you gotta be sure you don't talk to Sid by accident because he has like 20 lines of dialogue you have to skip through.
Forgot which characters were the fastest.
Is Sid and Red best there for the later?
Yeah, you get the shortest dialogue. The main thing that you should... The main thing... I'm going the wrong way. The main thing you need to do is just not take Barrett. Barrett has the longest dialogue by quite a bit, so... You don't know.
I think I usually just take, like, Red and Kate myself, but...
I think Sid's is slightly shorter than Kate. Just in case.
Yeah.
I don't have to do all the... Yeah, I don't want to have to do all those cutscenes again. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is take a look at this door. It's a fantastic door, but it's locked. We're going to go find the key. We got the keys in the door. Use the old key. But we can't seem to get it to work and it breaks. So we're going to tell them the truth and tell them that we broke either the key or the door or both. And this guy finds it really funny. And as an apology to us, gives us the curse ring. Which is very nice of him. Because the curse ring is pretty strong. And now we do another shop. I don't have a... Where's Bangle? Oh, I need to sell... Poison. Oh. So we sell all the equipment that we don't need. And fix it so that we have between 4,000 and 4,399 gil. Because we need to have at least 4,000 gil leaving this shop for the Fort Condor minigame. But we don't want to have too much more than that, just to optimize the minigame. Did Tifa just like glitch? I only saw it in the corner of my eye because I was looking at something else, but we found Cloud. Like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction. What's behind the door? You also get the, what is it? Contain materia here by feeding a chocobo.
Oh, yes.
And scratching it.
Scratching
behind the
its
ears?
ear?
I think, yeah. So, unfortunately, Cloud is sick from Marco poisoning because he fell in the live stream after what happened at the Northern Crater and ended up in Medeal. No, I don't do CC skip for this run. Not very good for a marathon. Some of the fights are just too risky. Really need to use that power source because I was meant to use it back at Materia Keeper and I keep forgetting on every menu. At this point it doesn't really matter, but... this is another good point if we got any donos or incentives to bring up.
Well, we do have a lot of incentives.
Incentivize me.
I can't say this game properly. How do you say it? Deus Ex?
Deus Ex.
Oh, Deus Ex. You don't know
Yeah.
Deus Ex?
You know how I say it, and I'm not gonna say it. Anyway, the game language, French or English. Currently, French is winning.
Is French faster?
I have no idea. It's always fast, right? So, must be. Celeste, 4 minutes. I'm not sure what that is, but we're 13% of the way towards it, so if you want to see that. I'm not too familiar on Celeste, so...
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
I've had a few categories for Celeste.
Moonberry or something. I think it's like a little extra.
It was Moonberry, but I think that was met already.
I'm not sure whether I'm reading it properly, but there's that, whatever it is.
Yeah. But you can find a list with exclamation incentives.
The link, the thing in. There's a list of the incentives if you click that link. We've got Resident Evil 3, Nemesis, Costume Select. So far, Classic is winning, but only by $11, so it's, you know, if you want to see that Regina outfit.
Alright, so now...
It was for Moonberry. I realised I was reading it wrong.
Oh, okay, Moonberry. Okay.
Yeah, it's Moonberry.
Oh, so it's still going?
Go ahead.
I thought that was met, but I could be wrong.
No, 13% of the way through.
Ah, okay. Yep. So now we've got Sid as our party leader instead of Tifa. And now we actually get to play the game again, which is nice. Really? Damn it, I got a tickle in the back of my throat. And I'm trying to hold back while I'm menuing.
Yeah.
I hate when that happens.
Still anti-servo.
I just got to remind you, Diesel, to cast your magic on the proper target, please.
Okay. I don't see why you would say that, but...
Well, now you're gonna cast it on the wrong enemy.
Well, there's only one
Then
enemy.
you'll
How
know
can I
why.
cast it on the wrong enemy?
I feel like I don't know, I've seen things go wrong here before, so...
Oh my god. Get the right enemy, Diesel.
I'll be fine. She'll be right, mate. Right, so for the Fort Condor, we actually got a perfect gill range, which is quite nice. And we don't really care for the minigame, we just want to take it straight to the fight.
I always forget, what is the actual kill range?
4,000 to 4,399 is the best. You can go higher than that, it's fine.
Right, buy more.
But you have to end up buying more turrets. What the? Stupid double inputs. That was weird.
See, that's what I'm talking about, the double inputs.
He's gonna die, isn't he? Yes.
Oh my god.
Well, the joke's over now. Because I did it twice.
Oh no, what'd you do?
It's a game over.
Oh my god, it's over.
Well, Sid doesn't seem that bad. He's just
Sid
jumping
jumps onto this.
He always does it on PC. It's great.
Oh man.
So we intentionally take the game over there, just to skip all of the
do have to be careful though, as you see we're all at 1 HP after that.
Might as well save. On here.
So you don't want to go too far without healing up there. Because if you get a battle, then it could be a real game over.
Yeah, I always menu as soon as I hit the world map. Imagine Run dying to a Zemzalet.
Yeah,
where the hell am I going?
White wind or whatever, like the smoke attack thing.
Yeah, the smoke attack. I'm going to Gold Saucer for some reason.
I've seen people get a pincer on this bridge and they never healed.
Oh, that would be bad. One count and 7 steps. I don't remember step count for a second. Okay. So there is the next scripted fight we do, we can actually get preemptive if you have good enough movement for it. But it's actually quite tricky.
I was just gonna say I love Sid's running animation on the field screens.
I know, it's great. So hopefully this is a preemptive, but let's see. Movement has to be pretty good. It's fine. It's nice to get, but it's not essential.
It's another funny example too of the preempted when they see on top of people and
Triple miss? This is the one of the big reasons why we pick up Magic Barrier. It's very good at clearing the Shinra troops throughout this side quest, and the underwater reactor as well.
Yeah, one of the old strats was getting Aqua and just thing great, but it's a bit weaker and
it takes longer to
only
get
certain
because
characters
it's on the world map.
Right, so it's not on step. Yeah. And then, like, usually Cloud isn't strong enough to completely kill the enemies with Aqua on. Sid sometimes isn't either until like later. Here he would be with the curse ring.
Alright, let's see how bad my lever coordination is. Yeah.
My favorite minigame, Kappa.
Nine seconds.
Not bad.
I've definitely had better, but average for me.
Yeah, I've been averaging like a 940 something lately.
The Comet's enough to one-shot when it's paired with MP Turbo, so that's what we do for the first one. Then we've got 2 gas ductors. Use a combination of Magic Breath from red. And Dragon Fang, which is the item that's dropped from the skit so far. Ah, suck.
He missed. What?
Yep.
even Fury. Still out of Fury. That's really unlucky for that.
Oh! I know what the problem is. No, it's not the miss. The miss is just unlucky, but he's getting turns that he shouldn't, and I just realized why.
Oh, are you on active still?
Yep. And I had to top up Bid's MP for that fight as well. For this fight, because I don't usually do a comet there.
Yeah, on one before.
Ooh, the Molotov might not be enough. Oh. Yep, that should be enough. And this is the other big reason why we take laser. It's very good at working the HP down of these guys.
Yeah. It's 17,000 HP.
Yeah. There are two lasers.
There's one man.
Down. But it is weak to lightning, so. Magic
and then also, that guy is immune to water damage, so if you had Aqua on him instead, you can use that too.
I actually can't remember how they did the old Aqua
I think it was like Deathblow added cut with like lightning on. No. Maybe lightning on Sid's weapon? I don't know.
Yeah, they probably still worked him down with laser. I'm not sure what they would do to finish him
Maybe
off.
Comet then. Maybe his lasers and Comet then.
Yeah, probably. It's probably 3 lasers in common.
Yeah.
Alright, so those are all the train fights. And now we just have to stop the train by pressing 2 buttons at the same time. Twice. That's it.
That's one of the ones I didn't understand as a kid, like what it was asking me to do there on that last part.
Have you ever seen the FMV of what happens?
For the crashing, yes.
Yeah, it's quite funny. Alright.
Because I did it as a kid, I screwed up the trains.
I still don't understand it as an adult. I'm always like, what? What am I doing here?
Mental. I took them. And skip. This is Corel skip, and all the cutscene there is kind of boring, so you can trigger another skip, which gets past that just by talking to the lady and hit the trigger to start that cutscene same time, just like with most.
And like a lot of the other ones, you can soft lock there as well if you don't make it to the other screen in time.
Yeah, you can actually get stuck in between all, the characters. Oh shit, I should have saved. And coming up, we've got we're coming in to check in on Tifa, and Ultimate Weapon's going to show up. Ultimate Weapon isn't a typical fight, it's literally just survive 3 turns and then he goes away. He very much has a kiting strategy.
I have had a game over in this fight before because I did not get Coral Skip, so I had to sleep at the inn, which takes away your tranquilizer.
Oh, yeah.
I also forgot the menu to increase Sid's HP.
So
he died from the initial attack.
He always does Quake 2 at the start. It's fine. It does a fair bit of damage, but nothing catastrophic. Defend with Sid in case he does a physical attack on him. And then he does one more of Ultima Beam. And that's it.
Yeah, so on PC it does less because of the magic defense, right, on the armor, I think.
Yeah, the main reason is also Elemental is paired with Comet. Well,
yeah, but like on PSX it does like 650 or so, the ultimate beam.
Yeah, that was a very low damage. I've seen 600s as well. So that was kind of strange. Most of the time, you don't have to do much on that fight. Occasionally you have to, if he physical attacks Sid, then you usually have to heal in some way.
Yeah, and then the defend is nice because if he does crit, you still take only 600s-ish or whatever from a physical. Whereas you take like 1200 from a crit. I believe.
Alright. Ted has decided with the weapon attacking and all the earthquakes occurring at the same time, it might be a good idea to leave. Personally, I think she left it a little late, but, you know, 2020 hindsight.
Get some funny eyes, funny facial expressions too.
Cloud's just going, oh shit.
His eyes.
Alright. This is everyone's favourite part of the run. Because at the end of it, you get a 2.5 minute break. Amazing how the party don't ever help Tifa escape. Sid literally says it's every man for himself. This sound effect is very well placed because it makes me want to go to the toilet. At the end of it, I can't.
Yeah, how long is this whole sequence about? Yeah.
Oh, we could time it. And we've been taken to a very strange place, which I can only assume is inside Cloud's mind consciousness. I mean, that is the assumption.
Yeah, that's what I figure.
And Cloud is quite clearly confused as to what is his memories and what aren't. And so Tiff is going to help him discover the truth. Go back to the start of the Nibelheim incident 5 years ago. Hmm. If we have any more donations or announcements, it's be a great time.
Well, just a reminder what this is all for is we're doing this to support Royal Flying Doctor Service, who provide emergency medical and primary health care to anyone who works, lives, travels in rural and remote Australia. They do a lot of you know more about this than me.
Yeah, you're the host. Yeah, they do
I'm
a lot
not
of
very
work.
good at it.
They do a lot of work in Northern Territory, South Australia, West Australia, Queensland, out in the remote and rural communities, providing healthcare services, not just emergency, although that is a big part of what they do. And we're going to help raise money for them as they are a charity organisation. But we're all here today.
It's a very good cause. And just a reminder for the incentives. There's a hunk run for Resident Evil 2. Which, yeah, it's really fun. Would highly recommend donating towards that because it's, I don't know, it's just really cool. It's
no tofu run?
There's no tofu run, but that one's also cool. But $300 to hit that one. There's a Simpsons hit and run glitch exhibition.
Ooh.
Which would be really cool because I know that's kind of a brick and run in some ways. We have The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 2 audio language, Japanese or English. That might be interesting to hear the Japanese one. And Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance Maxim Any Percent is also another incentive that you can donate towards. I'll put the link, the commands in chat. Yeah,
Hitbox on this cloud is so weird.
It's all for a great cause.
So, Tifa's finally revealed to Cloud that he wasn't she never saw him at Nibelheim during the incident that happened 5 years ago. And so, they're sifting through Cloud's memories to figure out what the hell is going on. And now Cloud is taking Tifa back to his memories of, and her own memories of, when they were children.
That scene transition through that window is really cool, I feel.
I feel like the way they deliver this part is kind of interesting, especially compared to some other FFs that do a flashback type thing.
Are we talking about 8?
Possibly. But yeah, I always thought this part, like the reveal, was super cool, considering it was like a very early PS1 game as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely pretty different in terms of story compared to what was out there at the time. Most games were still doing pretty simple storylines.
Yeah, I think that's what made a lot of people love 7, was just the narrative was delivered in a really, I don't know, deep way compared to other games at the time.
Yeah. And so Tifa finally remembers which memory of hers this is. This is the day her mother died. And so she goes off to look for her in Mount Nibble. Also, this quite possibly could be the worst built bridge in gaming history.
Yeah.
It literally breaks twice, and I've only been over it like 4 times throughout this entire playthrough.
I heard someone brought up one thing about maybe it didn't actually break when Sephiroth was there, but I don't know. Like Cloud might have been like thinking of this memory with that one or something. I don't know.
Oh,
But
man, that's a pretty cool
I don't
theory.
know for sure though.
Yeah, like I don't think it's even like confirmed. I know, that's the first time I've heard of it, but that'd be pretty cool if it actually turns out to be true. Crossing the 2 memories over.
Yeah, maybe. Because I never thought of that either before, and like, I don't know if it's what's true or not either though. It could have broken both times, and if so, it is the worst.
My explanation is funnier.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, who designed this bridge?
So, Tifa is sure now that Cloud is actually Cloud, and that he does have memories before, and he's not just a blank Hojo clone or something like that. And so Cloud is going to take Tifa to the Mako reactor up in Mount Nibble in his memories, and show her how he actually remembers what happened. And I'll go through this text, and I'm going to take a quick break because this is the best time to do it.
You're right, he's not a Hojo clone, he's a Hojo clown.
So Cloud remembers Zack, the man with the black hair and the Buster Sword. This is why he remembers the incident so well, because he was there, after all.
Mm-hmm.
So I will be back in about 2.5 minutes.
Sounds good. So yep, Cloud was the Shinra guard guy.
Just a generic soldier. I can't even say it. Soldier. There we go.
And then he saw Tifa put his helmet back on because he's too embarrassed to not be a member of Soldier. That's why Tifa didn't remember seeing Cloud there, because she didn't actually know it was him.
I didn't know that, actually. It's kind of cool how many details they put into the story, actually.
Yeah. And then that's why, like, Cloud remembers the burning heat of the flames, because he was actually this dude here. But yeah, he just had his mind, like, or memories kind of mixed with Zack's. So he's like combining things that he shouldn't, that Zack knew, but he shouldn't, kind of thing.
And another wonderful thing about the PC version, the wrong song plays here.
Wow.
Just the general Marco reactor.
Like reactor. Yeah.
Didn't the PC version originally come out with like MIDI or something?
The original one did, yeah. When it came out on Steam, the original version when they released it on Steam also came with the MIDIs, but they updated it
Yeah.
to the proper soundtrack.
Yeah, I remember.
I guess because in 1998 you had those like sound cards that specifically used MIDI or whatever.
So it turns out Cloud was never in Soldier. He was a grunt.
I love these weird sound effects for the combining of the versions of Cloud.
Alright. So, Cloud is actually Cloud. For the first time in the game. Instead of his weird Cloud cross Zack.
Yeah.
Sephiroth manipulated Saki.
So yeah, it was about like 16 minutes or something like that.
Yeah. As the urn, pretty good. Just goes through the biggest slog of cutscenes. Although there is one more. But yeah, we're doing pretty well. Took one death on Demon's Gate. Other than that, textbook.
That schizo fight was something else.
Yeah, that was like God RNG.
Yeah, that I've never had a fight that good. When do I expect to finish? Should be another hour and 15 minutes roughly, I think. Still got all of Underwater Reactor, Space, all the cutscenes, about how to save the planet, diamond weapon, Pojo, and then the final dungeon.
I think it depends on how carry armor's gonna behave.
Yeah.
That could definitely troll you.
So we're back to our standard party. Clown, Beefer, and Shid. Now it's off to general. But we have to do a quick menu before we go in. Total mental blank. Man, I'm really struggling with this. There we go. And quick save. Had a bit of a mental blank there. That's one of my most practiced menus, but it's also one of the longest.
Yeah, that menu I always done really slow on.
So we basically have to just rearrange all of our equipment and materia to our original setup again after everything had changed with Sid being the party leader. Probably all that is, and then do a tranquilize and heal on top of that. And quick cutscene here. It looks like something's missing. Okay. So we take a line as close to the door at the bottom of the screen as we can, because step count is not on when you get on the screen, but it is turned on as soon as you go through that cutscene. Yeah, totally world record pace. And make Clyde dance because... Step count's looking good. Oh, death wall, death nipple. I don't know. I didn't even know what you were talking about, King. Oh, one of the advantages of step count, you don't get an encounter in these tunnels. Very nice, because a lot of them are pretty scary. Although the ghost ship is pretty cool. There's a save point coming up. Do you think I should use it?
Nah, you already saved on the way up the map.
Yeah.
The sad thing about having to reload after carry armor is that you have to go through a couple battles on the way. Or the extra sad part, I guess, because obviously you don't want to reload anyway. So that's sad already.
Oh, can I please leave? Wow. Hey.
All the good escape RNG you had was just lost on that one.
Yeah, pretty much. Escapes can sometimes be pretty bad because we just leave the ATB in wait mode for this section. Because you want it to be in wait for these fights. And this fight you can either take as 2 encounters or just 1, depending on where you hit the trigger. You can just fight one guard on its own if you run straight into him, but it's still faster to take the second type, the encounter that way. Nice. First turn on this fight is also really good because these guys get 3 attacks per turn.
They always drop those 2 grenades.
Yep, 100% drop rate.
So apparently their model was used in like one of the demos for the game back in Reactor 1. And they dropped their grenade combatants or something, or grenadiers or something. So I don't know if they kept that on purpose, maybe, as like a little homage to the demo. Or I just forgot to remove it as a drop from them, I don't know.
Probably the latter, because I don't know, it just seems like, why would you keep it?
True.
Right, it's a demo. I don't know why you would keep it, do an homage to a demo.
Or like a little Easter egg, I don't know. For people that played the demo and remember those units, I don't know.
But they're not very useful at this point in the game.
Right, yeah.
They were useful back in Midgar. So just before we start this fight, I will use the Mega Elixir I picked up earlier. It felt so wrong to use a Mega Elixir here when I was learning the speedrun. It's like, shouldn't you save it for like really dangerous fights or something like that? Not just like use it in the menu before fight?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's see if I roll a 1 in 12. Nope! We're good.
Nice.
For now.
Yeah, it can still draw.
Yeah.
arena get the rare arm grab mid-fight.
Doesn't look like I'm getting an arm grab though, so that's good. Man, Tifa is really landing them today. There's my... Gonna potion up Tifa a little bit, just to make sure she can survive. Yep. From Lapis Laser. Oh, is he dead? Okay, go.
Just show it off for the marathon.
Wow. Very nice.
Have I missed a death blow? Like an RNG death blow? In this
I
run?
actually don't think you
I'm
have.
trying to think.
You've definitely had like a lot of crits.
Yeah.
Because Schizo was all hits, and then Carry Armor just was, right? And
Yeah,
Nova Death.
Gizko was all of them, Carry Armor was all of them. It's so weird. And I've actually got a new problem now.
Yeah, no limits on Cloud, no limit on Cloud, yeah.
And pick up the Scimitar as well, because I'll be putting that on Sid later.
Fury's a little scary for the pincer.
Yeah, but it should be okay. I mean, if it gets really bad, I can just farm it on the red map instead.
Yeah.
Shame I can't menu in between these two fights. Alright. Yeah, one more pincer fight inside the submarine. Hopefully Cloud doesn't die. Looks good. Yeah. I was actually holding ATB deliberately there to make sure. Alright. That's 11 text boxes. Before the and we just take them prisoner because we're merciful. And it's quicker.
And they're the guys that helped you out during the Junon marching and the parade thing.
Yeah.
They're your buddies. Don't want to fight them. These guys are the best.
And we just go straight into the submarine mini game, which is kind of hilariously easy. Yeah, that took me, what, 12 seconds? Okay. So, fights. 1, need to elixir cloud instead. I also need to ritualize cloud and going all over the place at the moment. So there's a special key item that we need to pick up later in the game. The key to the ancients. Because we are right next to the submarine now, we can just pick it up. Not have to worry about getting it later. Right. When squats percent? About 5 hours ago. Okay, so we've got the key to the ancients healed up. I actually need to use a laser on Tifa as well. And with the extra...
because she's not in critical.
Yeah, but with the levels that she would be getting, I don't think she'll have to take any more damage other than so. That was a strange carry armor fight.
Yeah, there's no lapis at all.
And I should be good on Phoenix down, so yeah. Just carry on. I'm going to head to the rocket ship, because Shinra have loaded the rest of the huge material onto the rocket, and we're going to take it. Yeah, nice. Actually. Uh, 14, 7, 350. So, a grenade would do it. If one of them decides to throw one. So hopefully I get grenaded at some point in this. Right. There we go. So taking these fights a little bit slower. Intentionally, just so we can farm it, put that damage on Tifa, get it back into the crit range.
Keep them critical for rude, and then for damage.
And now they're just doing all the damage up. So what is it? 350. So I can double potion her before the fight. Nice. And that's one of the benefits of equipping Scimitar on Sid. It gives a bonus to his magic stat, so he can one-shot the captain at the back as well, without needing an extra attack.
That's nice, yeah. Because usually I have to end up finishing him off with Tifa.
Yeah.
And then he usually gets a turn in if he hasn't already.
And now we're going to a fight against Rude. Oh, don't.
I say this can be a troll fight. Okay, good. If they hit you with that and put her to sleep.
Yeah, Rude just goes down in one shot now. Because Tifa's just got a couple of levels on top of that incredibly broken setup, and now she's just basically doing max damage. Okay. I think I've got enough MP for Diamond as well. Good. But that's all the fights for the rocket. Now we go into space. Because it's no good Final Fantasy game unless we go into space. Ooh. Any donations to report? I guess she's AFK. Well, we get to watch the cutscene instead of Liftoff. And this is a pretty epic song to go with it as well. Alright. So at this point in the game, it gives you an option of you want to try and go for the huge materia, the red huge materia that got taken away in Underwater Jamming. You can try and guess a passcode for that, but getting the huge materia doesn't really serve any purpose for us, so we're just going to skip that. Heading to the escape pods, we happen to come across someone who has a bit of a habit of still being on the ship when it's about to take off. And again, the wrong song is playing.
Because I don't remember actually which song is supposed to be like the.
It's supposed to be silence here, and then it plays the right song when Shiro walks in.
Yeah, okay.
Port Condor?
Yeah.
Okay. We're at. Seeing that the rocket's headed straight for Meteor to blow up.
I didn't realize this. I think this is a whole cutscene, like a break time. Like it's auto scroll, I believe. There's like text box you can clear, but
this is
like,
auto scroll.
Yeah. I didn't know that until semi recently.
Yeah,
I always thought I had to clear these text boxes.
And off it goes. Did it work? Nope. You wouldn't think it's possible, but it actually looks angrier now. At least for a big red rock.
Their plan failed.
Yep. We didn't exactly help.
Yeah, we stole one of the huge materia.
How many do we get? We get the one in. We get the Corral.
Just the Corral, yeah. I think.
We don't get Fort Condor.
Well, we destroy the sub though, actually too, but we don't grab the.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So it's still at the bottom of the ocean, I guess. So I guess 2 of them get taken away.
But Sid's really taken to his leadership qualities, telling people not to worry, think, come up with a plan. But he's got nothing. Alright, so it's off to Cosmo Canyon again. We need to find out what to do to save the planet. Go. It's actually kind of annoying if you get an encounter there, because there's an enemy that oops. There's an enemy that has an attack that actually drops your MP amount, and it's by a lot. It's quite annoying. End up having to do an extra menu because of it sometimes. Right, but we've reached Bugenhagen.
Yeah, what enemy is that? The hippogriff or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's called a hippogriff. Not Chimera. Chimera is the one that teaches Aqualung, so yeah, I think it's a. Okay. This is the second point in the game where it really opens up and encourages you to explore and try and find the answers on how to progress the story, but again, you know exactly where to go. We've even already got the key item that we need to progress it further. And so now Bugenhagen's decided to join us, and we are going to go back to the Forgotten Capital. I actually have no idea what this is, like this big thing in the middle, other than a plot device, but I don't know, maybe someone in chat can fill me in. What is this big crystal in the center? Is it materia?
It's a projection device.
It's the sacred jello. It's all Greek to me. Which is funny. Because there's no Greece in this world, but and it's unlocked by a musical box. That needs the music key. Ah, dirt. Right, you have to run forward one frame when that screen loads to start the cutscene. It's kind of annoying. And so this is a point in the game where it's revealed what Aerith's plan was, and she said that it was only her that could stop Sephiroth and Meteor. And this was it. She attempted to summon Holy, magic used by the planet in order to basically purge it of anything that it deems a threat. But it's being blocked by guess who? And it's also, Reeve has just informed us that the cannon in Junin has been moved. You might have noticed it was missing when we were there last. They've converted it into a Mako-powered cannon, which seems like a very good idea. And placed it in Midgar. Also, people say there's a bit of a continuity error with Scarlet's dialogue here. She says that we should call the cannon the sister array. I don't think it's a continuity error. I think Scarlet just went ahead and named it, then asked for permission. Seems like something she'd do. Right, that's it. We're going to head back to the airship. All right. And typical weapon showing up at the most inconvenient time. It is, yeah. We're on the night shift.
Late for you. It's 1:38 p.m. for me.
That's alright, because we're actually not too far from the, what would be like 40 minutes now, roughly? 45?
Probably somewhere around there.
Alright. And Reeve and Barrett have a bit of a conflict here, which I honestly wanted them to flesh out a bit more in the original when I read this, because it was really good. There's very good conflict that they had set up between Barrett taking the extreme action and Reeve a more passive approach to going against Shinra. And now we just literally have to sit here and watch Diamond Weapon walk towards us very slowly, so if we've got any donations, now would be a great time.
We don't have any donations, but I can talk about the charity.
Yep, fire
if
away.
I can get the cat off me. Hang on, let me just move the cats. Where are Speedruns, a group of speedrunners who are doing a speedrun event to raise money for charity. The charity specifically being Royal Flying Doctor Service, who provide emergency medical and primary healthcare services to anyone who lives, works, or travels in rural and remote Australia, which is a lot of area. And we have a link that I can put in chat. And we have a lot of incentives as well, for the games that are still to be ran. There's a lot of cool ones. I'll put that in chat too. Yeah. I can see he's almost there, the ruby weapon.
Diamond weapon.
Yeah.
It's not the
This is how much I know FF7.
Just think of the color.
I saw it like that red jet in his chest and I was like, it's gotta be ruby, right?
Well, that's a fair point, to be honest.
But I guessed wrong.
Oh, he's not playing nice, and there we go. All right. Aja, you can go through the how the AI works with this bad boy.
Yeah, so the diamond weapon will take 0 physical damage other than limit breaks until this core is opened up here. And to open up the core, you can open it with 2 limit breaks or 2 summons, I believe. And once you do that, then you can get Tifa doing her damage, and you can get 6 attacks in on 3 turns, basically, like 3 diamond weapon turns. And you need her to hit at least 2 death blows in those 6 attacks.
Yeah, I've already missed 2.
Yeah. So it's not going to plan right now.
Yeah.
Hopefully Tifa can get some hits in.
Oh dear lord.
Oh no. Okay, well, she has to hit the next 2 or else he's gonna go to Diamond Flash and, well...
I've got 2 more.
Oh, do you still? Okay. She has to hit these 2.
Tia has to hit the next 2. It's gonna go... I'm not even gonna go through the Diamond Flash, it's not worth it.
Well, Tifa hit all the death blows and then she just failed over that diamond weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to open his core up for him to take physical attack damage.
Yeah.
This is one of those fights where if you miss too many times, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just...
Yeah. You can reopen the core again after, but it's like really slow to do that.
Honestly, it's just faster to start the fight over.
Yeah, because you can save right outside of it. Not too bad.
He really likes going for Tifa.
On PC for sure, definitely. It's better to reload at least. And then we lower the battle speed down a bit for this fight just to make it easier to get those extra turns in with Tifa. The diamond weapon's really fast, and if you leak it at any time, you'll miss your chance at an extra attack with Tifa per each diamond weapon turn.
Really do prefer it that he doesn't attack Tifa in this fight.
Yeah, if Tifa dies during this countdown phase, then it's really tough to get the hits in.
That was one. Okay, that's a bit weird.
hit now.
So I don't even need to worry about healing now. That should be the fight.
There we go.
There we go.
That'll do it. Yeah, Diamond Weapon is one of the other ones that could potentially end a run like that. Like if without the save,
Yeah.
run would be over there on that other first attempt because of Tifa missing every death blow.
I was starting to wonder, I was like, am I just going to get a run where I don't miss a death blow? It's like, nope, you just missed 5 in a row.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be back in a couple minutes if that's fine.
Yeah, sure. It's just Hojo that's...
Okay.
And we get some epic FMVs to watch as entertainment. So Shinra have put the cannon in Midgar instead of Junon, so that they can actually use the Marco power and aim it at the northern crater to destroy the barrier protecting Sephiroth. And they're going to give it all the juice they got. But weapon senses a threat to the planet, so he's going to launch his own attack. And I forgot about those dialogues. And this is literally the one good thing that Shinra managed to achieve. They actually did destroy the barrier.
Okay, I'm back.
Just in time to watch Rufus die. Or not die. I'm not sure it is.
He uses exit materia.
Oh, gee. Right. EMP. I'll save, just save. So this is the second really big skip of this run coming up shortly. There's a bit of a quirk with the cutscene coming up. And it's hilariously easy to do as well. There's nothing complicated going on. In this cutscene, all you need to do is hold run and right, and then something interesting happens as the screen transitions. So yeah, you just have to be holding run and right from this point. And that happens.
Midgar skip. How much time does Midgar skip save?
It'd be like another, I think it's just under 20 minutes. This one. Maybe 15 to 20. I've never actually done a run to see how long it takes to get through this section.
I know there's like another boss that you used to kill in Midgar, but
yeah,
I have no idea like that much time.
Yeah, and it's a horrible fight as well. Hey Raycar, thank you for the raid, 100 viewers. And we're going into the Hojo fights.
On the PlayStation version, when you do this skip, it breaks all the music. So you have to sit through like eerily quiet
Yeah.
rest of the game, and the fanfare music gets stuck. It's really weird.
Yeah. Although, the animations still do play, so nice.
Oh yeah.
It's not complete silence, but getting the death blow on Hojo there is really nice. It kills him in one shot. If it misses, it's not enough. And we throw a vaccine on Tifa, so her status can't be changed throughout this fight.
Yeah, this guy can cast whatever.
Yeah, confusion, and
make her go crazy. And
the third phase. Yeah, the third phase also has access to combo, which has got a lot of nasty side effects, and she can also cast slow on everyone. Oh. That is so fun commentary.
Yeah.
So combo's a little annoying, but because it's such a long animation. But Cloud's at 100% cover right now, so all the physical attacks he's going to eat. And that's Hojo.
Nice.
Yeah, the character names were... We really came out for the high quality ones this run. Yeah, that skip has been known for ever since speedruns on Twitch have been, apparently. If someone wants to go on Discord, give them about a half-hour notice.
I'll let them know.
From the end of the run, but I think I still will be finishing Underestimate, so if they want, I can push it out a bit. Alright, so just before... So, the barrier protecting Sephiroth has been destroyed. There's only one thing left to do in the story, at least. But before they do that, they decide everyone's going to go home. Get some rest and relaxation and remember why they're fighting. And we still got one more skip to show. So the speedrun's not over yet. And then we get a good laugh on that. Final boss rush and how hilariously easy it is. Compared to the rest of the run.
Yeah, it's funny with the, like, compared to slots, that's the end of the run is where it gets a little, like...
Yeah. Yeah, this run is, most of the difficulty in this run is basically the second half of Disc 1 to the first half of Disc 2. That's where the biggest points of difficulty are.
Yeah.
Once you get to this point, there isn't really too much to worry about anymore. As long as you don't make any big mistakes with ATB waiting or a menu error or anything like that, you should be fine. Oh. Looks like it's just Cloud and Tifa for the party at the moment. I'm trying to say I'm okay with it. As long as we got Tifa, we can kill anything.
Yep, and Cloud to cover for her.
Yep. You got Shid. And Bar. Funny, I Clown Bar. that was so good. I didn't even plan it. Just me failing to cut down to one character. Nice. Okay. And for some reason we didn't find out until now, but the High Wind has high-powered rockets to go slightly faster.
Yeah, we get to use them earlier unless you don't want to finish the game right away.
Yeah. Okay, so a bit of a PC-only strat coming up here. Well, technically no, it's PC only, but most people that try and do this don't do the Alt F4 because resetting is just way too slow on the PlayStation. But yeah, I'm gonna try and do it. It's actually been quite a while since I've actually done it. So we're going to reset the we're going to Alt F4 the game to reset the RNG and minimize the number of encounters that I get on the final descent. Just taking some extra steps because I won't get the encounter. So the manipulation is going to be a little bit weird. Oh! I'll do it on the next encounter.
Almost knocked out Cloud.
That is not what I wanted to do.
Sometimes those camera angles you get in the battles make it hard to target the person you want.
The next one I think is a dragon. Is a little annoying. Yeah. I could run away, please. Thank you. Alright, and we've got a skip coming up shortly as well. It's known as the Save Crystal Glitch. Quite a nifty little skip. Essentially what we're going to do is we're going to go down to the ladder immediately before the cutscene. Hello? There it is. Made a bit of a mess of that, but it's alright. And this allows us to skip all the watching everyone run away one by one, which is very slow. And it's important to send Tifa to the right, even though she's part of the normal party, because she's going to pick up a very handy item for us when she goes right. Oops. Okay, maybe 6 seconds. Look out! He's got a knife!
The Tonberry.
Oh, I'm supposed to take 8 steps. Let's do it. So hopefully that's roughly right. It's been a while since I've tried to do that manipulation though, so I have a funny feeling that it's probably going to be wrong. This is more a formality than anything, but... And... Dr. Ketsith, although I've still got the X potion, so I didn't need to pick that up either. But no. He gives us a elixir for free. That's the item that he picks up when you send him to the right. Now we'll see how bad my final descent manipulation is. Best case scenario, I get 1 encounter, but most of the time I end up getting 2. Yep, almost at the end. So far so good. I don't remember if that's 1 or 2. You really want to try and get a fast escape off these guys because they've got a very long animation. Ah, 2 is definitely nothing to complain about. Average, when you don't try and manipulate it, is 4 or 5, so... Star, Curse Ring... Enter. Yeah. I think it's because I used a slightly different step count method in my old ones. That's alright. But now... But now with Tifa equipped with a missile, all of her death blows are guaranteed to hit because it increases her accuracy to 100%. Which is nice. Don't have to worry about death blow RNG anymore.
Yep. Like you said, that's why it makes this boss rush at the end kind of trivial.
Yeah.
As long as the weight tricking is done properly.
I think you got a... She didn't get a hit on... Tifa, did she? Ah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't think so.
But before we move on, we'll do a quick heal up on Cloud and Sid. Because I need to make sure that they're able to survive the next 2 fights. But that's all there is left. 2 fights. Easy. Alright, so Bizarro Sephiroth has a predictable script as to what attacks he does on each turn. So for this fight, the main thing that we needed to do was pair Elemental with the Rama materia on Tifa's armor, so that it doesn't do any damage to her, and she's at no risk of dying in this fight, unless the first attack targets her and is a critical. That's about the only case in which she would die. Don't even need to heal. Nice. And so that's Bizarro.
I was going to ask a question about the... Since it's at 0, did that mean it would have hit her if it...
No, the elemental is at
it
level.
just...
The elemental materia is at level 2 because I put it on Scimitar, which has triple growth, so it nullifies Thunder. So it hit, but it didn't do any damage because it.
Right, like it would if it wasn't a leveled up elemental, it would have hit her then.
Yeah, it would have done half damage.
Right. Yeah. Which is usually around like
See if
700 something, I think.
Yeah, 600-ish.
Yeah, okay.
500 to 600. Do I get the first death blow? Nice!
Ooh, sweet.
And Safer's moveset is also scripted. He always does the same moves. Starts off with wall. So we'll do our typical big guard setup. Even though he's got wall, it's still worth having Tifa do a death blow here. But then we use D-barrier to get rid of the wall effect, and then he'll use Shadow Flare next turn. And I need to know who it's on. And that's it.
Nice.
GG. So, not quite time yet. Got one more formality before we call the end of the game. So we do have any last minute donations for this run. We can squeeze them in during this fade out of triangles.
I can't see any new donations, but just want to remind you guys that we're doing this for charity, a charity called Royal Flying Doctor Service, who provide emergency medical and primary healthcare services to anyone who lives, works, travels in rural and remote Australia. So they cover a lot of ground, and it's a very big charity, and here's the donation link in chat. And we also have a lot of incentives which haven't been met yet. So there's the incentive link, including things like picking Jill's outfit for Resident Evil 3, which is around tomorrow. And
we'll be calling
cool
time
stuff,
very shortly as well.
Yeah, time's almost up when it's the final hit on this boss coming up.
Yeah.
Omni swag.
Yep. We had an incentive that got met for Omni swag.
Nice.
Omni Slash actually loses time over the regular strat would be just to take the hit off Sephiroth, right?
Yeah, and then Sephiroth gets a attack in, and then Cloud does a counter attack in.
Yeah, that's.
It's 15 seconds slower to do Omni Slash.
The animation is just so swag that it loses your time.
It is an awesome animation, though. Awesome way to end.
And we'll be calling time on the final hit. And time.
Nice.
GG.
GG was a really cool run.
I don't actually have Twitch up. What was the time?
It was 7 hours, 8 minutes and 1 second.
Nice. Considering I had 2 deaths in it, that's pretty good.
Definitely.
Yeah. It was a really cool run.
Oh.
Nicely done.
Thanks, guys. How are you looking compared to the schedule? It's what, 6:20 in Eastern States. I think we're about 10 minutes ahead, and I'm not getting anyone in my ear, so I think we can just let the credits roll out.
The credits are definitely pretty long.
Yeah.
All the final.
Yeah.
Might not get all the way to the end, but
so it's like 15 minutes or something.
yeah.
There's an interesting thing with FF runs. If it's the Japanese version, the rules are actually different, and the timing method is from power on of console till the end of the credits, so
Yeah.
it's interesting how that works.
I mean, it's almost the same as what we do, basically, these days, because even though we don't start our time when we turn the console on, for Final Fantasy runs, because there's some possibility of RNG being carried over between attempts if you just soft reset. It's actually a rule that you have to do a hard reset between each run attempt. So we basically have to do a power on the console anyway. We just don't start the timer there.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember one of my PSX runs, my credit, or he did the FMV, this FMV, the ending FMV skipped to the credits. And I was like, oh no, good thing we're not doing Japanese timing, because then my run would be valid.
Oh.
I've seen some really weird stuff like that happen. Like, I think it was Mutsuki had this super weird glitch, but it was actually the Japanese version, and it was for the opening credits, and it was just like skipping a ton of it or something.
Oh, okay.
The most cursed thing I've seen, because it was playing like a different cutscene, but then it fixed itself, so I have no idea.
Oh, did he have his discs, the wrong disc inserted or something?
No, his same disc, it was just a different console that he had, so it was something with the console.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, the discs or the reading or whatever, it can do weird stuff on the cutscene, I guess.
Thanks, Charlotte Cuts. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to break this game, not just the ones that we did in the run. That's for sure. This is a mind-blowing ending as well. When this game came out.
Yeah, it's really cool. Sorry guys, I've just got to pause the credits for a second. Such a happy song. So I think I'll do my shout-outs. First of all, thank you, Soph and RJ, for coming in and helping me with commentary and hosting. Appreciate you inviting me.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me.
It's always good having help on these long runs to explain what's going on. And to cover the chat when I run off to the toilet. Thank you for the Australian Speedruns and all the organisers there for having us on as well. This is my first speedrun with the organisation, and they showed a lot of trust having me on for 7 hours straight. And doing all the good work that they're doing for raising money for the RFDS. Living out in the territory, I've seen firsthand that these guys do a lot of good work, so that's appreciated as well. And thank you to everyone who donated and everyone who came and joined watching one of my favourite games, first speedrun I learned. Really appreciate it. So that's me. If you guys want to give a sign off at the same time.
Yeah, thanks for having us, and it was super fun. Yeah, the donations and everything. Support the great cause, and thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you all for Speedrun and everything, all the donations. It's my first time doing any marathon thing, so it was pretty cool, pretty fun. And hopefully I can maybe do some more stuff in the future.